That's pretty good.
Microphone's on?
All right. Thank you. All right, let's call the November 2021 workshop to order. So, same as in the past, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. I'm going to take my mask off when I speak. We did move the microphone. Hopefully that's a little bit better for those folks listening at home. And if you can, please talk in my general direction, and I'm told that that'll be better for the microphone. Not for me, but for the microphone. But so let's try that. Today we have a kind of a busy one, only 2 topics on the workshop, but we're excited to get going on this strategic planning results. So I just want to quick set the tone, and then I'm going to ask Cecilia to kind of walk us through a little bit of the results, and then as a board we'll go through the next steps. But I think for this session it'll be interesting for us to come away with kind of some high level, ideally 3 to 5 kind of key priorities. That's the board level discussion. I think the tendency will be for us to kind of quick go down the next level and start doing some of the administrative work in terms of specifying exactly how do we deliver against that. And I will, and also please help me try to bring the conversation back up again to the board level. Otherwise, I don't think we'll get through it today. The alternative is if we do need more time than what we've allotted today, then we can have a special session, which I think is important enough to do that, but let's try to see how far we can make progress with tonight. So I did put on there 5 minutes for Ms. Anderson. At the end, if we don't get to that one because of time, we do have a specific item on the agenda, so we'll cover it either way. It was optimistic to see if we could get some time in there. So any questions on that? Otherwise, the hope was to spend maybe a third of the time going through the results to make sure we kind of understand that. Hopefully you had a chance to read through those, and the vast majority on discussion here. Okay, for everyone? All right, so Ms. Dodge?
Good evening, everybody. It's great to see you all. I'm excited to dig into the feedback that we got. I sent you a packet of workshop materials maybe on Thursday, and you should recognize the longest handout is from the Big River Group because they facilitated this process for us, mostly from behind the scenes, which was nice. That saved us some money, and it allowed me to be out front on collecting this input. So this is the main document that we'll talk about for a few minutes. And then I sent you a supplemental page called just workshop number 2 with the administration's kind of observations and things that we wanted to bring forward for us to think about in addition to the feedback. So we are putting forward all the feedback too for your consideration, plus these ideas that I kind of jotted down from best practices and conversations that Kate and Leela and I have had. I just want to remind you that we did a few different things in this process. We sent an initial survey to families, students, and staff. And so you have the results of those initial surveys on pages 2, 3, and 4. And then we had what Bruce is calling here work sessions. I was calling them focus groups. Same thing. We had them with staff on actually 2 dates, October 12th and one other date. So I have to add that. And then parent focus group, we had offered one in person and one on Zoom. Sadly, no one came to the Zoom one, but we had 3 awesome parents at the live one. And in each of these, we had board members welcoming folks, which was really wonderful. And then the student sessions, we actually didn't have board members welcoming students at their sessions, which in hindsight, that would have been great. But there were student sessions on November 5th and 9th. And then we've included feedback that we received at our 2 World's Best Workforce Advisory meetings. Those you'll see here are included on pages 15 and 16. And so in addition to going over data and going over draft reports, the people who came to those meetings had questions and comments, and they were students and parents that had those. And then finally, those staff sessions that we refer to on page 5 all the staff input was synthesized by Bruce's staff, analyzed and synthesized, and then put together into a survey that was then sent out to staff. So what you have on page 5 is the results of that survey, which took the focus group sessions with staff and put them into essentially everything that folks had written. I thought it was put them into common themes, but it more took everything that staff said and grouped them by buckets, I call them, just kind of common themes, and then staff were asked to pick their top 3. So everything that was said by staff was included in the survey, and staff just were asked to pick their top 3. So that's what you have in the packet, and then the worksheets that we will use tonight. What I want to say is that all of the staff input is to help us get to the big outcomes, to help us, we can consider all that staff input and all the student input and all the parent input. It's for us to consider. We can reject any of it that we want to reject, but it's important to ask for this kind of feedback from stakeholders and consider, how we want to receive that and how we want to respond to that. So what I mostly want to do is ask you to think about what stood out for you and maybe share that as we kick off moving into the discussion of what are the benchmarks that we'll want to choose. So my advice, I probably want to highlight a couple things from this, but mostly this is for the board to set direction. So I want to say that I read through all of this, and I think it's all important for us to really understand and percolate on and take seriously. In addition to that is what all of you think as board members and the recommendations from administrators, which are shared on this smaller thing, and other things too, So all of that should be taken into consideration as we decide as a board. I would say 3 to 5 big goals. Remember how Bruce talked to us about the board sets the big direction, and so 3 to 5 big goals that we want to set as a board. We write one on each of these worksheets after we talk about them, and then no matter how much you guys are interested in what should be done to begin or what should be happening in the next 30 to 60 days, that's really up to administration with getting input from teachers outside of this meeting. And then in December, we bring that back to you. Those pieces that go underneath the big goals. These big goals usually will come down to having a heading or a benchmark, as Bruce calls them in his process. And so on the sheet that I gave you, starting at the bottom, I threw some out there for you to think about, such as a benchmark of something called student success or increased student achievement, something like that. And then we would write a goal together as a board. And we can just sort of get it clunky right now. It doesn't have to be perfect right now. We don't want to waste our time wordsmithing, but I need your general ideas so I can move forward. That's the main thing. I put some of the little topic areas underneath that might be things that administration and staff address deeper into the plan. If you flip to the back, another big benchmark area might be having the facilities and infrastructure to support the MSA mission and vision, right? Under that, one big goal might be expansion and a specific goal around expansion, like we want to be in a new building by blah, 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 and we can talk about that. Another one might be a goal about how do we have the facilities and infrastructure to support the mission and vision for the next 2 years until 2.5 years or so till we get into a new building, right? A third benchmark area might be effective organizational support. How does the organization support us? There might be a goal about communication under there. There might be some other kinds of goals. So those were just my ideas, but I'm thinking that what I want to do is hear from you all, your reactions to the feedback in order to set the goals. I don't think it's important to say, I disagree with this feedback or blah, 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 because it's just the feedback that we got. So it's just take it or leave it, take it as it is. It's not 100% of everybody, not 100% of parents, not 100% of staff, not 100% of students. I think there are things we need to listen to, but more, this time is more what stood out for you in the feedback that we need to consider in our benchmarks. So I'll be quiet and kind of let us start, and maybe Dan can help facilitate a conversation. Questions though?
Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay.
Maybe I should listen first. Otherwise, I was going to give an example of one, but whatever you guys,
Perfect.
what do you think would be the best? I'll give an example of one, and then let's see if we're kind of calibrated on what this looks like. So I was trying to think of specific and measurable goals that we could do, and also something like with a timeline and all the smart things, right? So if you take expansion, I don't want to just jump to expansion, but I do think we have a lot of reasons why, so just give me 1 minute. So if I say, as a group, we want to expand to 1,000 students, so we're at about 500, so we want to expand to 1,000 students by the 24-25 school year, and yet maintaining that small school, small class size feel and the small school feel, which was very important to the feedback. So that would be kind of like specific, measurable, what do we want to do, by when, and what's important that we maintain, that small school feel. But I can't just say that, so I think the reason I would bring that up is we're using this expansion for the teacher pay issue, which we've talked about. How do we get the teachers, a pay that seems to be a little bit closer to what they would see at a public school? One way would be getting our, student population up. How do we diversify our staff? I think that'll come up, the diversity, inclusion, and equity. So this could be an opportunity as we need to hire more teachers, more staff to staff up to 1,000 students. It could be an easier way for us to kind of try to ratchet up our diversity and inclusion, which I'm assuming will come up as a topic. Some comments about math and science, and can we do some more math and science areas, some additional classes? How do we get back to that initial question around, like, are we the innovative math and science experts, if you will? That the initial charter was probably set up to be. Now other schools kind of catching up, so how do we push that, roadblock or that hurdle a little bit further down the line? So some more classes, and then also delivering against the vision and mission. So if we keep, for the most part, I think the mission and vision seems to be very consistent with the feedback, maybe a little couple tweaks here or there, but that stays the same. So how do we deliver against that? And I think expansion can help us to deliver against it in the future. So those are what do we want to accomplish? That would have been that next bullet down below. So there's 4 things that we'd like to accomplish, and expansion could be how the goal that allows us to do that.
If you wanted the thing above expansion might be the facilities and infrastructure to support the mission and vision.
Yeah, we can do it however we want.
Doesn't matter, and then the goal might be something specific about expansion, like you said.
Can be. So I did it the other way. I just said specific, deliverable, like the board is telling the administration we need to expand. We can say that that's flipped.
Sure.
Because we could also say, what do we want to do? We want to have the teacher pay lined up. We want to have more diversity in our staff, right? We want to have potentially more math and science. So there's, and then one way could be to do expansion. There may be other ways too. So we can do it either way.
Yeah.
I guess, so that's the question that I had in my mind for you guys is, that's an example, expansion. We could do it as, that's one of our key priorities. Be very clear to our population, our community abroad that's listening outside. We need to do something here. It's not sustainable what we're doing. The students and teachers are suffering as we are kind of hobbling through this building and setup that we have. So let's fix that. And it's not a Band-Aid fix. It's going to be an expensive fix, however. Go ahead.
So can we then talk maybe a little about the definition of a goal? So when you talk about expansion, you're putting a lot of goals, I would say, into that expansion goal. Because I could say one of the goals is pay teachers more. That could be a goal. And what should be done to begin? build a new building or add more students? Like, which one comes first?
Yep,
Is it the building expansion, or is it the goal of increasing student population or increasing teacher salaries? Or to your point, is it really around, if our vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model, that shows up in an expansion of facilities or an expansion of or attraction of teachers that want to work here because of the benefits that are offered. That's not technically a part of a building goal, that's a part of a vision to attract talent into Math and Science Academy.
Right, if you guys maybe, I think all of this, like, figuring out what level of the plan do these things go in, could distract us.
Yeah.
So one thing you could really just talk about, if you're the MSA board, I'm not, what are the 4 or 5 big things you want to accomplish in the next 3 years? And is some of it based on the feedback? It'd be great to know, you know, here's why. But I think it's your job tonight to say what 3 to 5 big things you want to accomplish in the next 2.5 to 3 years. You know, three really, if we say this strategic plan starts somewhere toward the second half of this school year, I think it should take us 3 years plus this half a year. I think we should make our goal, our strategic plan that way. Some of it gets done right away, some of it gets done over the next year, some of it takes 2 or 3 years to do it right. So I think if you can talk about what are the 3 to 5 big things you want MSA to accomplish, we can figure out what we call them. And then the big things that go under them, definitely tell me how do you think we get there. But mostly, administration can figure out how we get there and we bring it back to you in December, you know. So 3 to 5 big things. You can chunk it in however you want. Expansion might be one of the big things. I think it probably is.
Again, maybe this is where, so you wrote in your update here, you have the word benchmarks, then you listed the 3 student success.
As
infrastructure.
examples, yeah.
But I actually kind of see facilities and infrastructure to support MSA mission and vision as a goal. What do we want to accomplish?
Okay.
I don't necessarily see that as a benchmark. I see that as this is what we're aspiring to do. We're not saying specifically how we're going to do it at that point in time.
I
It's
would
just
love
what's
that.
our aspiration.
I think that's great, because we definitely need to improve facilities and infrastructure
Yeah.
in our current place,
Yeah, that's
and
exactly
we need to
right.
point towards the new.
Because then that what should be done to begin can include expansion or looking at different buildings, but it should also include technology enhancements and other things that we need here while we're in flux for the next however
Yeah.
many years.
And ways to add staff and kids
Yes.
while we're here, so we can pay teachers more.
Yes.
Without making class sizes bigger, right? Anyway,
I think one thing, and maybe if I'm hearing Eric right, is expansion could be seen as a very specific outcome. And it addresses 2 or 3 higher level issues. And I think to your point, what you're saying is, well, what are those 2 or 3 or more higher level issues we're trying to achieve with that one project? Now, that one project is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna cover a lot of things, but that might not be the place to start.
Right.
Now, we may end it. I mean, what's gonna happen is we're gonna have that full discussion, and we're gonna end up where we began, which is probably the discussion of expansion.
But it's okay, it's coming from the right place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, one way of looking at expansion, so some of the higher level topics would be revenue, right? Student experience, teacher experience. Let's just take those 3, and coming up with this off the top of my head. And those are, under those categories, they're gonna be a bunch of options. So revenue. We've talked about this, and frankly, some of these probably don't work, and that's why we've never followed up. But there are other options for revenue that we have not had a chance or resources to follow up on. So like whether it be grants, corporate partnerships, you know, the one that's most obvious is, of course, revenue from the state. But if we were to do some research, I gotta believe other charter schools have touched upon these, and then we have to kind of go out there and do a little more expansion of who we talk to. So, that kind of circles back to, some of these surveys, they're all great, but if you think about it, all the comments are extremely skewed. Why? Because we only asked really one or two groups, and they're all connected to MSA in some fashion. We have not talked to anyone not connected to MSA. And frankly, that's why sometimes you hire a consultant, is you go out there and go, hey, what have you seen in the general education realm or charter school? That's one way of achieving that. The other one is just nuts and bolts, doing the research, talking to people. And I'd like to see, maybe after this, follow up a little more on that, because once again, we have a big universe, and I think in terms of information and data, we've only collected about this much.
So, thanks. I think for the sake of time, I'm totally fine with the facilities infrastructure at the top, doesn't matter to me. What I was trying to drive us to is a little bit more specific, because if we say expansion, I bet you if I looked at notes 5 years ago, we would have mentioned expansion in those board meetings too. And so I was trying to put down a little bit more pressure on what's the timing. Let's not just kind of keep saying it and then every year we talk about that's a good idea, right? So I was just trying to be a little bit more specific. We can work on that maybe separately, but I'd like to use the rest of the time if we can agree that that's one of the key things. We have diversity as one. There's some other topics I would like to hear some thoughts on too. But I don't want to cut the conversation short because we can have another session too. But I don't want to spend an hour on diversity.
Can I just quickly mention about expansion? Dr. Hinton has been running some numbers. There are a couple of ideas to divide up a couple of classrooms that are giant, to hire a couple more teachers, to get enough extra students in to thrive, to pay teachers more, a little bit more, and sort of limp by until we have a new building. It only really works until 2024-25. It cannot work beyond that. And so Dan is right to say we need a specific goal around expansion and to get moving on it. And I really 100% support that, and I can jump more into helping us with expansion once we get over this strategic planning hump. I think it's really important to get specific about it, or we will not continue to thrive.
So I guess maybe the question just for the group would be, is there anyone here saying that that should not be one of our top things? I mean, so I hear you, go ahead.
I think that we should have facilities and infrastructure as what we want to accomplish, and what should be done to begin. The data needed or action step should be expansion plan. And then what should we see happening within 30 to 60 days or 90 to 120, whatever we think is reasonable, then we have an actual stake in the ground. Because if we put expansion as a goal, then we have basically segregated everything else that might be related to facilities and infrastructure or other things that could support MSA into, nope, we can only do expansion. I think expansion.
But you can have multiple things under facilities and infrastructure. You can have a goal.
That's what I'm saying,
Yep.
is that's why that should be the new goal. And then in section 2, what should be done to begin, expansion is the number one thing that should be done to begin against the goal of facilities and infrastructure to support MSA.
Or one step up from that, Eric, another way to think about it is facilities and infrastructure as the benchmark, and have one of the goals as expansion. And it could be a measurable goal. You could have another page, essentially another benchmark for facilities and infrastructure, and another goal around it. So you don't have to limit the numbers of goals you have around a benchmark. So
And have dates on them, because
Yep.
each one would have a different date. So like expansion to a new building or whatever would be 24, 25.
So the expansion gets to be a high level thing here, because we want to keep the board as much as possible up in benchmark and what we want to accomplish. So
Okay, I
there
think
can-
I'm just recognizing this word benchmarks down here. There's a
Oh.
benchmarks up here, benchmarks 4.
That's why I don't like Bruce's words. I
Oh,
love Bruce, I don't like his
okay.
words.
I was reading this wrong, so benchmarks 4, the facilities and
Facilities and
infrastructure
infrastructure,
support.
so one of them could.
Thank
yeah.
you, now I
Yep.
understand, you could have just said, Eric, there's the word benchmarks up in this little
No,
box
it's
up
hard
here.
to see it.
Oh, right.
So I agree with that, benchmarks 4, the facilities and infrastructure to support MSA mission and vision. What do we want to accomplish? One of the goals would be expansion, another goal would be something else, whatever. Okay, now that makes sense, thank you.
Are we gonna put a date to these though? We should.
Oh,
We
we
will.
what?
I'll come back with dates, unless you want to put a date in there, by, you should
Okay.
maybe direct me by whatever, you know.
I think the 24-25 makes sense. That's pretty much on the bubble of what our 3-year vision is. And it's also what the finances, I believe, comes back to say to us. That's a good place to start anyways, unless somebody has a different opinion. It's also consistent with what we've heard from the builders. It's possible still.
Still possible, but getting
Yeah.
tight.
It's
So,
getting
yeah.
tighter.
How do people feel about that?
Mhm.
That one sounds good?
That's
Okay,
an easy one though.
good, yeah, the harder ones.
Thought we'd throw out an easy one we could agree on. How about, should we take another one?
What does PBIS stand for? I'm sorry. In the,
Sure, I'm sorry, I try to avoid the acronyms, but I don't always. Positive behavior interventions and supports. It's a research-based, multi-tiered system of support to support kids having the behavioral expectations we're looking for. So if you see anything that's about dragon fire, having fire, focus, integrity, respect, and excellence, the middle schoolers really have it. It's not so much in place in the high school, but we'll get there. And staff have it.
Could we have a benchmark, something around academics, where we would incorporate maybe more science classes, more math classes, and then something about the achievement gap?
Absolutely,
In
yeah.
some sort of an academics.
So if the benchmark is around academics, you guys as a board, it would be great to hear you talking about more math or different math, more science, achievement gap, all of that. There's a lot in our feedback about all those things. So if you want to set a couple of big goals around those things, I think that would be really good.
I think there's a really interesting discussion that we could have here on academics. And Jennifer, I think that's a fantastic example for, I added, in one of the vision statements actually, added the words period relevant academics. And I said period, I was thinking epoch or, I don't know, what, the age that we're in right now. I actually. Contemporary, I don't know. There's a guy that I really like, his name is Steve Dubner. He has a podcast called Freakonomics, and he did a episode on math in schools a couple years ago. And it's with another guy they interview, and they talk about, and I hope I'm not like opening a little nest here, but
Open.
he talked about how we still teach math from the Sputnik era. Like we teach things that are done with the computers in our pockets now versus real present day math like data science and other things. Engineering, I saw, was in some of the comments in here. I'd love to have a discussion as a board of what's our strategy for teaching and what's our strategy for equipping the next generation of students with the tools that they need to be successful in the world today. So
I think
that's my.
if we're going, I agree the idea of having academics is a good goal. Developing things because we're a school, so we, having academics definitely needs to be part of it. One of the things I noticed with the feedback is that it's decidedly contradictory. So we'll have individuals that want more math and science, and then we have another whole group of individuals that want less, are fine with math and science, they want other opportunities elsewhere. So I think if a lot of the things are contradictory. So that's where I struggled, and also that the teacher comments weren't included. And so I think if we're going to do an academics item, I think it should be along where our current mission is, in that we provide relevant, or you can wordsmith it any way you want, but that it is in multiple disciplines. Because there are a lot of students who are here and they definitely rock their math and science, but they're also here for other things, and part of the attraction is smaller class sizes. So they might be a fabulous artist and an amazing mathematician. That doesn't mean they have to sacrifice one. And so if you look at a rounded learner is also somebody who can do more than just two things. I think that if we're going to have a specific strategy around advancing our academics, making it more fluid so that it's adaptable, I think it needs to be across disciplines. And I think a lot of the pathway programs and everything, they push a lot of STEM, but I think you can also find just as many arguments supporting the idea that your math and science still needs to have context in the world. So if you don't know about the world, you have a lot of research that can't be implemented. So I I definitely agree, but I think that we need to be very careful about making us a math and science school where we really are only doing math and science. You know, we used to have the people like, yeah, we do more than just math and science, we do a lot of things. Because we have students who excel in it, so many different contents and ideas and everything, and I really wouldn't want them to feel that those paths are closed to them because they don't want to pursue a STEM career.
And I don't know if anyone's saying that any of those things should be closed. I mean, I agree with you on how the feedback comes through. The kids are a little bit, they're both, they want both ends, right? Which is great, I think it's great.
So I'm hearing a little bit, so we have an achievement gap, which I think we would all feel better if we didn't have that, right? I mean, it speaks to a lot of things, but one of them is we don't want to have any achievement gap, any discernible, statistically relevant gap. There should be none, right? So how do we get rid of that one? I think that could be something that we could speak to. I think, Eric, your question is on like, how do we reevaluate our programs, right, if you will, between the different departments and whatnot? I think it's a fair question. I know we do
My
it.
questions are always fair.
Yeah, your questions are always fair. But, so, I think that would be interesting to know is how can we get back to folks when they say, because I agree with you, I think I had a misnomer or misunderstanding of the name when I first came here, because I was really impressed with a couple of departments, I don't want to single them out, but that were not in math and science. Fantastic teachers, fantastic jobs. My kids love the class, which to me says we're hitting on all cylinders there. So I think we have math and science as our name. I'm not saying we change that, but I like the way we've written it, in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science. At least right now, I think some people do come here for that math and science name. Let's not mess with that branding. That's working, I think, right now.
Definitely.
But I like the points that we're saying. So I think if we're specific on achievement gap needs to be cleaned up, and how do we do that? And then how do we challenge ourselves to make sure that we're always having an innovative and not a Sputnik era, program. I'm not saying we are, but
No,
it
that
could
was
be
just a
that
quote from the Freakonomics.
Sure.
That wasn't-
I started
that
it. I
wasn't my
haven't
own
finished it
personal
also,
spirit,
yeah.
in my opinion. Can I say one more thing on
Yeah.
that too? Because I think some of the narratives in the feedback from the students was around the busy work of the homework. And actually, if you step back from that for a second, on one hand, okay, we were all that age, we hated homework, so there's gonna be a little bit of feedback around the busyness of the homework. But also, there might be some truth in there that they're not feeling like they can apply it to their lives. They can't apply it to the real world. So homework just for homework's sake, okay, but homework that actually has some relevance to what they want to learn or what they're gonna apply in their life at that point in time, that's powerful right there. And so if our barrier that we have, or if that gap that we have to identify is how do we apply math and science primarily, but secondarily all the other things that we do really well here, I think that would be a fabulous benchmark.
Well, and I'll just tell you for science right now,
Mhm.
we're gonna have a whole switch of state standards, in 2023, I think is when the new ones come out, and they all have engineering components to it.
Yeah.
Even now, we have like.
That's awesome.
So that's kind of the way the standards are being groomed in science from,
and so that's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. But then to me, that says everyone will be doing that. And we should be a few years ahead, if not more,
Yeah.
I think,
Right.
as the Math and Science Academy.
Well,
We
we
should have been
used-
doing that and lead the state, right?
right.
We actually do have the report that we got from our authorizer, and it was a visit that they made. Wouldn't have been last school year, it would have been the spring before probably, because you were in person. And at that point, they found that we were not 100% standards-based. We hadn't 100% incorporated standards-driven instruction. And we also have had conversations in various groups about standards-based grading, which helps make it a little bit more objective. Sometimes there's a lot of pressure on teachers and it's very subjective, grading can be, And so, something about science especially, given the standards are gonna change, might be a good goal.
Yeah.
But definitely, I think you guys really need to think about having, there's a goal about the achievement gap in our world's best workforce plan, which becomes part of our strategic plan, and we do incorporate it. I would love to see this board take a strong stand on our achievement gap and reducing it, that kind of goes beyond our our world's best workforce, or at least like really says, we need that to be a priority, you know, and it's a strong goal by itself, so it can be the goal. But this board really makes it a priority because we have such a diverse student body. More than 50% of our kids are non-white kids. And a lot of our kids of color are doing very well. We have a very unique population here. It's not the same as the achievement gap in Minneapolis and St. Paul, for example.
But I think this is a good example where we as a board can say, we don't want an achievement gap, right? And then the administration comes back and says, here's the 10 things we think we need to do in order to fix that in 3 years. Otherwise, we will spend a lot of time with a bunch of ideas here, and it's a complicated issue, I'm sure. It's not so easy to, but it's easy from the board to say, please get rid of that achievement gap.
Thank you.
But if we can, I mean, the academics, is that kind of what we're saying is our benchmark is, or what are we saying is the benchmark for the second one?
Something around academics, like Jennifer was saying, I think.
Academics or student success.
Could this be the equity one, where academics needs to be equitable at MSA or something like that? And one of the sub-bullets is close the achievement gap between however you want to break us down? Do you know what I mean? Or is that too broad?
Actually, I like the way you wrote it on here, Cecilia, the student success or increased student achievement. Like, I like the word increased in there because it assumes that there's something more than what we have today, which means you have to have some way to monitor it and provide updates and examples of how we're doing it.
Is the measure right now the standardized tests, or what is the measurement?
Unfortunately, the measure that's in the World's Best Workforce Plan is MCAs. The feedback from the advisory group in World's Best Workforce was, let's take some of our other measures, and especially in high school, can we please add some measures, which we don't have good measures. We don't have a good benchmark assessment in high school, and I would think about adding that. But we should look at our achievement gap, slice it and dice it in ways that are beyond MSA.
Was
MCAs.
ACT also in that one, or no?
ACT.
It's not, okay.
He
We
said,
have the data, but I don't think there's,
Wasn't it math that aren't we being, isn't it math and science, both with Fastbridge and with MCA?
Fast
Fastbridge
That's
is
how
only
MPSAT
middle
and-
school though.
Well, I know, but we had MCAs for math and science, or math and reading in all grades, I felt,
Right.
didn't we?
Yep.
Yes, so it
Which-
wasn't just middle school either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just Fastbridge is only middle school, so we're.
No, I got that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, but we also had those measures for high school.
But it would be nice for the high school if there was something similar in a sense that Fastbridge,
Yeah.
you can see as students, they, like from year 1, year 2, year 3. So when we look at testing, like saying our scores for MCA 10th grade reading are this year, and then looking at 10th grade reading at next year, you're looking at 2 totally different student groups. So we want to look longitudinal.
Yeah, I'd like to have
And so for high school, if
something.
we had a benchmark that was more longitudinal, that would, I think, be more effective.
I do too.
Well, and speaking of long-term stuff, I know in our vision, we talk about lifelong learners. I'd really like to maybe to help with the achievement gap, work with some colleges and figure out what can we do to help them become more college ready. And maybe with some of the big corporations like 3M or something, and big science ones, what could we do to get our students more job ready? And then it might be hard to get the data, but follow some of our students afterwards. I feel like, check in with them 4 years after they graduate. How was college? Were you prepared? Or did you get there the first week and you're just like,
I know I have a small group, but all of my students say they were better prepared than any of their peers in college. I mean, every single one. So it's tough, because how do you measure it?
And then I guess to add up on that, we can, are these students that just graduated in the last couple of years, what could we have done more for them? To address, those mistakes, or, mistakes, or, whatever.
Well, there's also we have everyone always has opportunities to like grow and, change.
And because I know PSEO was mentioned a lot, but not everyone gets a chance to do PSEO. So.
not everyone wants to.
Or not everyone wants to, right?
Which is better for our budget.
Yeah, and it's one of those nits, but if we go back to how do we keep kids excited about coming here too, right? I mean, if there's more AP classes, science class, math, or whatever class, keep people, especially seniors and maybe juniors, excited about staying here. So where did we net out on this one?
So I have a few notes here, having a benchmark on academics, possibly using some of my language that I suggested, student success, called the benchmark student success or increased student achievement, and then, a goal about narrowing the achievement gap. Maybe we can just use the one from the world's best workforce, but maybe we can do a lot more underneath it as administration, come back and say what will be done. So the goal is really important. It's really what we do about it that is gonna make the change.
Yeah, I think we're all open to different ways of measuring, especially if it gives us insight into how do we close the gap, right?
And then another, in addition to narrowing the achievement gap, someone also mentioned, instruction for all learners or success for all learners. And so that's a little bit different. That's looking at it's all the same, it's kind of under it, but, this equity piece, how do we make sure we are serving all learners well?
That's a pretty big piece, and I don't know, the homework is another one which is along those lines, and the reason it is in my mind is the homework is kind of like for everyone, right? Everyone go home and do this work, but maybe 10-15% of the class has already got it, and the other, it's like it's redundant or whatever. So I feel like, how do you do that? You have 20-30 kids, and how do you customize, I don't know the answer to that one, but, like some of the bigger complaints you hear is like, I get it. Now I'm just spending the next hour doing it 10 more times because that's the assignment I have tonight, and I get in trouble if I don't turn it in, right? So how do we, because I think one of the things we excel with is our students come out pretty well prepared. I feel like that's a pretty consistent feedback, and I think the ACT and some of the other scores are showing us the college readiness test that we do decent on. But how do we even do better, I guess, is the question. And it seems like, I don't know, maybe we're jumping to a solution, but this customization seems to be a big piece of it, because we're not making cookie cutter students, and we're not accepting just cookie cut, we're accepting the whole range of everyone. And how do we put that down and say, you're all welcome and we all want you to be here. You're gonna need a little bit more help in this area, you're gonna need a little more here. But how do we become that kind of customized solution and yet maintain or excel at our goals, right? I think that's the difficult part. It's kind of easy if we have something that we thought worked with the previous students and we just keep doing the same again and again. But I'm not a teacher, so I have no idea how to do that. But I think that's what we're being asked here, is how do we take in the diverse body that we want, and how do we bring everyone, I don't want to say everyone to the same level, but I think we kind of work with everyone differently so that we, as opposed to using the same stick for everyone.
Yeah, and I know, here's what I see. I attended an IEP meeting and 2 504 meetings last week as the administrative rep. And I see that teachers are doing those things for a lot of kids, making accommodations, open to taking assignments late, things like that. And I think that more of that differentiation around homework, for example, is going to be important. We heard the feedback from the kids at the World's Best Workforce, which is in here, that some of them find that the homework that they get in their PSEO classes is more engaging and more relevant than their MSA homework. Some of their MSA homework, they're saying, feels like it was busy work that was assigned to me and I already have these concepts, but not all kids do. So it's that formative assessment to know who kind of needs the extra practice. I don't know. The last thing I want to be doing is saying anything that creates more work for teachers, but I do think that this conversation is important. We also have occasionally students we have very dedicated students and who become so overwhelmed and obsessed with their homework that it contributes to significant mental health issues, and we cannot take that lightly, and we should not be overloading our kids, you know.
Which is why I like your student success or increased student achievement, because academics is a part of that. Whether it's somebody that wants to go beyond what is already being offered here, or somebody that struggles and needs some help and needs different type of instruction or support. So this includes academics. To me, it also includes, like, you put diversity, equity, and inclusion in here, and improve inclusive practices and student support team. All of those are a part of student success. Like, by definition, every person that's here that's learning is a student.
Yeah.
So student success.
And they're way down in here, so
They
I'm
are.
taking us into the weeds, but I just want you to know that
A little bit, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying, that's why I think the benchmark, that high level, that if, as a board, we want to have something on there, calling it student success or increased student achievement also gives you the freedom and flexibility as administrators to
say we
set
will
that,
differentiate,
Yeah.
yeah.
and how you're gonna do it.
I think if I was gonna say between the two, I like the phrasing of student success better than increased student achievement. Achievement is often tied to achievement tests, which are inherently flawed.
That's true.
Yeah.
We can get through the case studies if you want
And
to.
student success
But,
has more
I trust
in it,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. But I think student success, because success evidences itself differently.
Yeah.
And so then,
That's exactly right.
you know, it leaves room for everybody to kind of achieve a success and demonstrate, you know, to be able to do so in varying ways. Versus achievement, honestly, is, you think of aptitude test and achievement test, like, that's what you, and so. Just as a
So,
wordsmith.
I like where you're going with that. I wonder, are we being strong enough if we keep the diversity, equity, inclusion goals underneath there? So I mean, you can say student success, and one way for us to identify that we're not succeeding is we're having an achievement gap, and therefore we need, so we can be down there. I'm just wondering, I'm questioning the group. Is that strong enough signal to the rest of the organization, our community, that, because in my mind, coming into this meeting, I thought we'd come away with a diversity, equity, inclusion goal, boom, done. And please, you know, understand, and here's the sub-goals. Now we're almost including that as an under student success, which I'm okay with, as long as we all still feel that message still comes through clearly enough.
So that brings up a question actually that we haven't talked about yet, is some of the verbiage changes that you, or that the group proposed for the vision and mission. Because the vision has the word inclusive for all students, like some possible language revisions. And then the mission, we provide accelerated and equitable curricula. I would propose that if this language becomes a language that we adopt, we have actually gotten one level higher than benchmarks with diversity, equity, inclusion, and put it in the vision and mission of the school. Therefore, it doesn't need to be its own benchmark. It covers, whether we're talking about expansion or we're talking about academics, we are always talking about diversity, equity, inclusion in all those conversations, because that's part of our vision and mission. So we didn't talk about that yet, but I think that's really important for us to have, okay, at a very, very high level in order for us to talk about that.
I'd like to know more about the achievement gap, because if the achievement gap is stemming from
Yeah,
diversity, equity, and inclusion needs, then having more specific things to focus on with regard to it helps us live up to the mission. It helps us live up to that mission, vision language.
right.
So I think we just need to know more about that gap,
Hmm.
to understand its nuance more.
And after this conversation, I don't think there's any reason why it can't be both.
Right,
This is true.
that's right.
I mean, that overall, it's such a huge issue. Obviously, we'll have it way up here, but it does fall under student success also.
Well,
It's one of the options.
It's kind of like expansion. Expansion's causing some student success issues, and lack of diversity and inclusion could be causing these issues. So they're on their own important, but together, they all knit together to address multiple problems.
Well, and what you're suggesting is, you know, maybe we should stop or not always look at things as two-dimensional, because it could be three-dimensional or more. I mean, if you add time in, now you're talking 4 dimensions. You're talking about longitudinal success. So, I don't know, something to consider, because we're stuck at levels, right?
You just got mathy on me.
Absolutely, that's why you're here. But I mean, we're always trying, you know, we always look at the big picture universally, and we're always trying to condense it, common themes, right? And set up that traditional pyramid of ideas. And we should test ourselves as to whether that is old school and we can do something better.
Mhm.
So,
Just one more quick comment, because I think what you're talking about where it could be both, I agree with that. I think we just as a board have to be careful at the level that we stay at. So as a board, 100% vision and mission, okay, we will approve or not approve. Benchmarks, okay, we're in there because we're starting to set, those are the ends. Like we talk about policy governance now. Those are the things that we're here for. When we get to the means, how are we gonna do it? That's where we are like, okay.
Well,
I'm
and
not gonna
level-
tell you, you just tell me whether you're being successful or not.
But that presumes level in the way we're putting this in a pyramid
That's right.
designates importance. And may not. I mean, maybe everything is important, if that's possible. I mean, we run ourselves into the ground if
Yeah.
everything was super, super priority. But there might be a way of dividing that conversation from importance.
I mean, if you guys are Stephen Covey fans at all, I think these things that you're trying to create right now are the big rocks. They're the big rocks. So, you're creating the 3 to 5 big rocks. And I think that it's right to be figuring out where you are as a board on equity and inclusion and valuing diversity in everything we do. So, that's why I know people were pretty protective of the hard work that was done on the vision and mission, and I wouldn't propose to mess with it in any way that took away from it, but I suggested some of this language because I think that the board has talked about really wanting to make some powerful statements here.
Other thoughts, comments?
We haven't heard from Sydney. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
I think the main thing is for expansion. I don't think we can really cut classrooms in half kind of a thing because of how crowded the hallways are and specifically A and B lunchrooms. They are so crowded. If you had more kids in there, it's just not going to work. That's just the main thing.
They're very crowded, aren't they?
Yeah.
How do you feel about some of these meteor issues?
I think the vision and mission statement can be re-looked at again, make it more inclusive.
So the bold language is my suggestions to add to, but just ideas. You want to be more inclusive in how we present ourselves?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with kind of the comments we're making here. If we do kind of make a change there, I think there'll be no misunderstanding of how important it is, right? If we're talking about changing the mission and vision. And then supporting it maybe with a few different diversity, equity, inclusion sub-goals later down that ladder up, if you will, to the top mission and vision. But so I like the idea of challenging it every once in a while. We've talked about that in the past. We should be open to having our previous ideas challenged, and if it's strong enough, it'll carry on, and if it needs to change, then we do. I don't think we throw everything out, right? Because I think we're here for a reason. That's because this is a fantastic foundation for us to build on, right? So I think we have to take that with respect too. So I guess one idea, I'm jumping to a solution here, but if we could perhaps have this on our December meeting and just say, I don't want to just kick it down, but come back and say, let's put it on for discussion for approval of amendment of the mission and vision. And then, because we have mission and vision, but then we also have strategic priorities. I think if I heard right, we have 2 right now, right? We kind of have the facilities, and then we have the academic one, and with the student success. Yep. So I think those are 2 very good ones. We do have 5 minutes left. Is there a third one that we should be? And I guess maybe process-wise, Cecilia, I had said earlier today that I'm not going to hold you to next month. What we had agreed to was 3rd or 4th quarter, the board is going to have set some strategic priorities because that was the plan. The administration, I said, has a little bit more time to come back with the means on how we're going to get against those ones, right? So maybe another month or 2 would be probably reasonable. So I think by December, it would be great if we can kind of say, here's what we would like to, and then we're still on the same timing that we'd agreed to. Is that, the rest of you guys agree that that's fair?
What would that look like?
So right now, I think it's just probably you, me, and maybe Maggie wordsmithing a little bit of what we heard over the past hour, and then bringing that back to the board and saying, does this summarize kind of what we said, and can we approve it in December as the final board? approval or blessing, if you will, and then you would take it and come back. Is that,
Blessing is what? I'm
means,
sorry.
we would say this, the board is kind of, right now, we're kind of talking concepts. I think it takes us another step to take those concepts and put it down to paper that we can all kind of agree with. So depending on where we net out, I would like to decide whether we need a special meeting or not before the December one. I can send that out to the board and say, here's where we summarized. Do you guys think we need another hour or two to talk through more? What do you think? What's the board feeling? Like we have two right now. Is two enough?
Well, we didn't really talk about effective organizational support yet. That was the third one that you had in your list. All of that was like, yes, 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 yes. I mean, is this a
So
benchmark though,
important.
or is this,
It's where I spend a ton of my time.
I know.
And it needs more. I mean,
Yeah.
the number one thing that came through in all the feedback, communication.
that was
It's
definitely,
huge.
definitely all over the feedback, yeah.
It was huge when you hired me, it's still not much better.
So
Well,
I'll ask a really simple question. Why would we not do that as a benchmark?
So
I
to
think it's
me, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was
thought it
just
good.
looking at this, I mean, one way to, and once again, I don't wanna, because it's a top priority, but, you know, is this a strategy or strategic? I mean, it's consuming a lot of your time, but I don't see this as a high-level decision. I mean, this is
Communication.
communications.
No, I was
For as
thinking
for as an
something
example.
bigger, it's more like the smooth operation, you know?
Right.
It's like.
Smooth operator?
I think this is.
I was thinking of that song.
I think this is it is important. We hired Cecilia to get the process going and to repair a lot of the problems we've had from the past, but it's not gonna stop with the next director.
I mean, it's the teacher contract language, it's the website, it's.
Can we just stop on that one for a
Yeah.
second? Because attracting students to this school starts with www.mnmsa.org.
And you
And
look
that
at
is their
that website.
first place they go. So when I think of organizational support, I 100% agree. Communication includes the website, it includes the emails, it includes how are we presenting ourselves to the world around us through every single action that we take that they interact with. So.
Well, and I think branding and website, both of those things help us to be open and clear to anybody interested in our school. But the branding, I think, would definitely be a board level thing because that's, you know, the public face of the school. And so I think those things would definitely be really important. I know I brought the example that I was talking about, Dan, from from a different school. But it's a really cool branding example about how they used their annual report.
Yeah.
And they passed this, they sent this out to everyone, even if you didn't have a kid in the district. I mean, if we had something like this in our open house, like
All right, what
nailing
school is it?
It's Matabidi.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
But
a
they
lot
have,
more money than we do.
I can scan it or I can just show you, but they even have QR codes for like, if you wanna be on the parent team and so, it's very, very well done. And if we had something like that, I mean, again, thinking of our branding as a board, you start where people are gonna
What
see you
an
first.
opportunity.
First impressions, our website is a first impression.
Absolutely.
So I agree we have opportunities there. I think we've done a good job in the past. We can do better. We can always can. My mind was going to, like, let's say we do 1,000 students, because I'm still thinking expansion. We take all of the wish list folks, all of the folks that are sitting there, you know, hoping to opt in. We're gonna need to get more probably because we're still gonna wanna have, we can't get 100% of them. So I think, in my mind, I was discounting right away saying, no, we still need to do better at branding because once we get those kids in, we're gonna need more folks because right now, we do have a strong brand. I think it's because of the teachers and the students. It may not be, it may not be because of the website, you know, it may not be a few of them, but we have opportunities and some levers that we can dial up. But I think even bigger than the website is this organizational effectiveness. And how do we do that? Because, you know, like not that long ago, we're doing paper, we're still doing paper packets. So how do we kind of digitize? That's the big buzzword in the corporation. Everything needs to be digitized, right? You need to add that word to whatever your project you're working on is digitization, right? So, but I mean, it's true actually. How do we, it's a buzzword right now, but how do we get MSA where we're not having things hold us back, we're not having receipts, we're not having paperwork holding our teachers back and filling out forms and whatnot. That
Right.
stuff should be all modernized so that you guys can get back to focusing on the students and the kids.
People said it was a buzzword when they were driving horses and buggies and there were cars. Like, we're gonna drive a car. Oh, that's just a buzzword. No, digitize is not a buzzword. Digitize
It's
is the
it's the
future.
future. It's what
Yeah.
everyone's doing now, and if you're not, you're gonna be out. So we need to.
Well, and the digitization they're doing in corporate world, they give you a nice iPad with a pen.
What? Okay.
And everyone's got the, software to write on it, and so that's a little.
But that you're right, Annie. But that could fall under where our
I mean, it
opportunity
could,
is, right?
but-
We're saying what the school needs to
But I mean, if we want to do for
do.
students too, they have to have access to that, to
And
do it
that-
proper, right? We have to be fair if we have it in our system, we can't deliver it without them having that.
But the administration should come back with, and here's where we need $100,000 because we don't have these tools or whatever it is, right? So I think.
One thing I will say on this organizational support is the brand of MSA is only as good as the lowest common denominator where people engage with the school. So you could have amazing teachers and amazing students and an awesome brand, but then you could have one thing. It's just like anything else. You see people falling from glory, and it's not because of the decades of awesomeness they did. It was that one thing that it's that one leaf in the raked lawn that everybody notices versus the rest of the lawn that looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Not saying it has to be perfect, but I think this is a really good opportunity for us to start looking at those other areas where we need to promise more and promise better to people that are looking at MSA.
Absolutely.
So
Well, and
6:00.
I just want to say, yeah, we've started a lot of these things because they are important, but we need to, I think this does need to be on there because to keep at them, because they are important. So
are
that
you-
can be our third.
Are we okay then with that as a plan? Maggie, you, me, and Cecilia regrouping, we send out an email to you guys. We can't make decisions over email, but we can send out an FYI, here's where we netted out. I think that's within our rights, and then you can kick back an individual note to perhaps me if you say, no, we need more time, we need to discuss. Otherwise, the plan will be, we'll bring it back in December, kind of for approval, maybe some minor wordsmith.
Well, while we're all here, then, there are at least 3 other topics we didn't even touch upon that I think are worth at least a conversation. One is something having to do with faculty and staff, whether it be organizational culture, trust, professional development, all those topics. Number 2, we didn't talk about enrollment specifically. So, just staying competitive, where are we gonna get our next set of students? We ran into a lot of issues recently, obviously, with, COVID and everything else. We have to look 5 years in advance to figure out how that's gonna be impacted. And then the third one would be student safety. And actually, the safety I was thinking is more COVID, but I mean, it could be safety in general, however we define it. And really, all this has to do with differentiation of our school.
We've talked so much about COVID safety, I think maybe some of the other areas we've been neglecting.
That's possible. That's
And
why
I'm
we
not
have to have a
criticizing,
conversation.
COVID was,
It was huge,
that was
Right,
the pressing issue, but
yeah.
Jeff, I
But-
think those are all really good points. I think they will show up naturally
Yeah,
in
yeah.
what the administration is doing, like retention and enrollment is a part of the student success already on here. Safe and welcoming environment is a part of facilities, so safety is there. I think this gives us a really good opportunity for the administration to come back and say, yeah, we heard you loud and clear. It actually fits within these strategic buckets, and here's what we're gonna do and how long it's gonna take.
Well, it
I
goes
think it's
back
great.
to how we want to prioritize and/or what level. I mean, I suppose this could always fit into what we've just talked about, but some of this is it's pretty important, so. I just don't want to choose one just because we think some of these other
Right.
topics
Right.
sound, we have to have a discussion about it. so.
Very good. I'm gonna call it here for the sake of time and give you guys 6:04. Yep, Jennifer, 6:04, and then we'll do it. 6:15, we'll come back. So, Ms. Dodge, can you turn the volume down on that? Yep.
I was just reading it there. Interesting.
All right, welcome back. 6:15, we're gonna start the official November 2021 board meeting. So, yeah, why don't we go ahead and get started? Sydney, can you read the mission and vision for us, please?
The mission is we provide accelerated curricula in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science. And our vision is to be innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence that creates well-rounded lifelong learners and global citizens.
Thank you. So roll call of members. So Dan Ellingson here. Maggie?
Here.
I'm gonna go Jeff,
Here.
Jennifer,
Here.
Annie Cardenas,
Here.
Sandy Overson,
Here.
Mr. Eric Fair,
Here.
Michelle Kukowski,
Here.
and Cody Schmidt.
Here.
Did I get everyone? So all 9 here accounted for, great. I'd like to approve the agenda. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda for tonight?
This is Maggie, so moved.
Second?
Cody.
Cody second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Great. Motion passes, so the agenda passes. And right off the bat, we have our first ever MSA monthly celebration, so maybe Cecilia?
Sure. Dr. Hinton has a list of our cross-country team and their coaches. I'd like to have Chair Ellingson read the list, and
Oh,
I'd like to have the board stand, and the members of the team and the coaches will come through. You can do an elbow bump or something, just congratulate them. And then we'll have them stay in the middle, and you guys stay standing, and Dr. Hinton will get a quick picture, okay?
and so for those at home and on the agenda, this is the cross-country team, so congratulations for making state. Well done. So yeah, please come forward when I call your name. So James Logan, the head coach. Alex, do you want to come through? It's up to you if you want to do the elbow bump.
Way to go!
Oh boy, sorry. Here, just unplug it.
I'm just gonna move this.
Hey, congratulations. Alex Brault, the assistant coach. Keith Anderson, assistant coach.
Keep a distance, keep a distance. See what James fell on over here. Okay.
Lily Stout, captain. Congratulations. Maria Peng.
Nicely done.
Karen Nakamura.
Good job on moving the board, everybody.
Helena Yengao.
Helena is also one of our hardworking parking lot attendants.
Very important work.
Jada Schultz. Brooke Schultz. And I think, is that everyone who's present here tonight? Okay, so absent I have, Mariah Gallagher, assistant coach, Greta Hansen, Grace Nan, and Amelia Appleby, so congratulations.
I'll come back in the middle and we'll just get a quick picture. Come on back in the middle.
Yeah, come here and we'll,
Yeah.
Careful of the cord over
yeah, watch it.
I don't want to get
Then
one
all the
of you
people
knocked out
watching
before.
can really zone in on you.
Yeah, come right up here.
Facing the board.
We're all facing.
Facing that way, facing that way.
There you go.
Move up front, move up front.
this, you got this.
Yeah, I'll go on this side.
Should we do a cheer one? The hands up?
Okay. Actually, I want to be on my tiptoes, so I look
Tiptoe?
closer to James.
Stand up, Heath.
All right, congratulations. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Great group of students.
Great to see. Well-rounded, yeah? Well-rounded students. So yeah, thank you for coming, and I hope we get a chance to do that more often to celebrate some of our successes. So.
Yes, we'll try to
It's a
have
good
something every
idea.
month.
All right, next up, we have open forum. Sorry, I didn't look. Do we have anyone for open forum tonight? Jeff?
There's nobody else.
Nothing? Okay. All right. For the community, you guys are always welcome to come. We do ask that you please come in and sign in ahead of time. That's the ask that we do have. We try to do 5 minutes per person. Come and speak anything you have you'd like to share with the board. So we can go now to approval of the previous minutes, which begins on page 3. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
I will motion to approve the minutes.
Cody, a second, anyone?
This is Maggie, I'll second.
Okay. Any questions? Any clarifications? All right.
Michelle? You're the one that catches the typos.
No, that's Maggie.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor of the approval of the previous notes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, okay, so, well done, Jennifer. Next up, a student representative. Sydney, do you have any update for us this month?
I think a lot of it is communication about what's going on with like Spanish stuff.
Okay,
And a lot of it with grades, like 'cause no one knows what's going on with that.
in the Spanish in particular?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want me to speak to that now or in my director's report?
Maybe in the director's report, if that's okay. Anything else?
That was the main thing.
Okay, good. So make sure we come back to that one. And actually, I think you're up next, so why don't we just take it then?
Uh-huh.
Director's report is up next.
Okay, so first I'll just have to say that I put a fairly comprehensive list in your packet, but I want to address a couple things that are not even on the list. Sorry. One is our teacher, our Spanish teacher that has been out on a leave, a medical leave, and she is returning after Thanksgiving. So that's great. We also have some supports that we are putting in place. It has been very hard to find a licensed Spanish teacher who's available to sub. So we have had mostly fluent Spanish speakers who are licensed subs. That's the next best thing. The first week, we had a sub who was consistent all week, but not a Spanish speaker. So it's been difficult. We now have 3 different ways to support kids in addition to the teacher returning after Thanksgiving. And so we're committed to the current sub that we have being available during the day to be a teacher's assistant and help students and help the teacher as she comes back and maybe is not full capacity. We have our choir teacher who's half-time, who is an intermediate Spanish speaker who lost the other half of her job that was somewhere else, who's available for daytime student tutoring, conversation groups, and she can help catch up the grading because she's a licensed teacher and she knows our system. So she, in consultation with the teacher who's returning, will help catch up the grading. And everyone will be held harmless. Late things, that's not your fault, you know, because we have had a hard time having the proper kind of sub. And then thirdly, we have a licensed Spanish teacher who is available to sub, but only virtually. So she's going to be available to do evening tutoring and conversation groups with students. So some information has gone out to parents to help choose which kind of option might be helpful to your child if your child is feeling behind. And we'll get everyone sort of back up to speed as quickly as we can. So I think it's going to get better. It's been hard. So I wanted to talk to you about that. I also wanted, any questions about that before I move on to another topic?
So all those resources are going to be, in fact, put to use as students are caught up, is that the idea?
Yep, we'll put those resources to use until we no longer need them.
Okay.
So, and hopefully those 3 options are potentially before school, definitely during the day, and definitely evening. So lots of options, virtual and face-to-face, as many options as we can provide. And the teacher will be collaborating to make sure there's cohesion there.
How are the students being told this?
That's a great question.
Well, they all got, their families all
Their
got a
families,
letter.
they got a Skyward message, kids and families, but I think we should actually pop into the class.
Right, and the current teacher who's in there right now.
Has been spreading
Has
the
been
word.
telling them, she
But
knows.
one of us can pop in tomorrow, so they know, especially they'll be very excited their teacher's coming back. Very excited.
Great.
Yeah. We've been hesitant to tell them that just because.
I know, I had a
we don't want
conversation
to
with her
disappoint
today to
them.
make sure everything was, she was feeling good. So,
Does that answer it for you, Cindy? You good with that? Okay.
that helps.
I think there's a little, like not having a teacher and something like the testing is kind of weird with that, so it's like hard to understand how to do the test since they're on Google Form and it's really hard to take those tests. So there's like confusion with that, with the grading point of it.
I know, it hasn't been optimal, but I think now, keep pushing this extra help in and having the teacher back to sort of guide that we should be able to work through all those issues in good time. Yeah, it's good to hear. And we've been doing our best with it. It hasn't been a good situation. It's really hard to find a sub who's a Spanish teacher.
But I think you bring up a good point in that the students need to feel comfortable raising their concerns, right? Because we talk a lot about maybe students feeling overwhelmed, and if they're feeling overwhelmed because of the system, it's a little bit maybe hard for them to come back and say, like, I need help, right?
Right.
So be a little bit more proactive in reaching out to the students, like you're mentioning, just to say, how can we help?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm afraid the students nowadays, emails is maybe not the best communication for them.
No, but as soon as this teacher did go on leave, I made myself a co-teacher in her classes, so I've been getting the notifications. Sometimes it's overwhelming, but I see the students' notifications about, I'm confused about this, or I'm worried about this, and, the sub is now seeing about, before the sub was seeing them, I was able to forward them, and so somebody was attending to those students. And Ms. Babb, one of our other Spanish teachers, has been also attending to really going above and beyond to help the students. She did a ton of the planning. She started out with Spanish 1, and then she jumped in and did Spanish 4 and Spanish 5. She was posting lessons in Google Classroom. I mean, she really went above and beyond. I popped in this morning with a thank you card for her and a little gift, but it doesn't go far enough. She's really, really bent over backwards to support the students and her colleague.
Thank you.
So then, when it comes to that, and just making sure, just because I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So then for some of the earlier, like, tests that may have been, or just kind of perhaps may not have been as accessible as, some things work well for a digital test, but not all things do. And so if you're not used to it, or if it's confusing. So for those tests that were already taken, are they going to be will they be shifted to perhaps a completion idea, or to, just so that if there's a couple of tests that are impacting somebody's grade negatively, again, because of a systemic kind of
Right.
situation that was, that we were unable to find the stuff that we needed, that would have had that kind of consistent approach that would have made those tests a little more achievable for the students to really take it to the best of their ability and show their learning?
Yeah, I
Are they
think
gonna
that's
look
a
at
great
those?
question, Michelle, and I think that the teacher may be the best judge. She can look at the scores, once those are graded, she can look at the scores and see is this just gonna be something that we should discount in the larger scheme of the grading or retake or, but it's a good point, and we're committed to figuring that out for kids.
One of the things with the grading, that in, consulting with the sub that's in there, some of it is just students may have punctuated something a little different or capitalized something and because it's not a human, it's not differentiating correctly, so a lot of those grades, should go up on those tests as soon as a human looks at them.
Yeah.
So it's just there'll be a lot of, kind of, did the student really do as poorly on this test as it looks like, because they just,
Yeah.
Was that communicated to the students so that they are not
Yeah.
looking at their grades as if that's their
One,
grade?
it's not in Skyward yet either.
Oh.
It doesn't, somebody's gotta look at it and transfer it, so then some decisions will have to be made around that.
But that was communicated to them, but I do think that they've been pretty worried, some of the kids have been pretty worried. I'll be quick, because I don't want to take up too much time here. COVID-19 is another thing I did not get in my report, and it really needs to be discussed. Obviously, our COVID-19 numbers throughout the state are shockingly high, and it makes us nervous. We finally were able to hire a COVID health aide who just happens to be a licensed pediatric RN who works at Children's on the weekends. So we scored a very highly qualified person, and she's wonderful. And we are starting a testing program. Can we start next week, Dr. Hinton?
I believe we're starting on Tuesday.
Okay. So a free COVID testing program for students and staff. And finally, it's taken a while to get it off the ground, but we finally have that. We also are beginning to organize communication to families that as you get your kids vaccinated, please send us your documentation of the vaccination, just like you do for documentation of all of your kids' vaccines. And so that will be helpful. There is also a statewide database that we now are members of, that we can actually go in and look up kids and see their vaccines, and that's good. And adults. Kate showed me herself earlier today in there. And we are encouraging families to get their kids vaccinated. We've shared links. If we get an opportunity to host a clinic or something, we will. It's really going to be important. So far, the testing is going to be the most helpful, because as we see neighboring districts' numbers go up, we get really nervous. Tomorrow, I'm going to send a message out to the staff. If you're not using Google Classroom, please get yourselves using it, because we do need to stand ready to pivot if by chance we were have to go to distance learning. We talked to South Washington County, because there was something in the Tribune, I think, about them, and if they were to close one or two buildings, our transportation remains in place. If they were to shut down the whole district, of course, we would lose transportation, even if we don't have any COVID. So we need to stay diligent. We are healthy because we've been really staying diligent with masking. We can't do distance because we're so crowded, but we're doing okay. So it's the best we can do.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Regarding looking up children and seeing if they're vaccinated, you're not gonna do that for the children, right? I mean, that's a privacy thing. I mean, why would you be looking up kids and to see
Right.
their vaccine status?
So we wouldn't even have time.
Okay,
But
but you mentioned it, so I
But it's
thought-
available.
Okay.
But what we mostly want to do is, MSA has been pretty lax about requiring families to submit their documentation of their kids' regular childhood vaccines. So we already started at the beginning of this year to try to be better about that. We actually just don't have the records, and most school districts are much tighter about that. And then they also, if you don't show that your child is vaccinated, then you need to fill out the conscientious objector form or whatever it's called. So we have to be better about that anyway. So, but no, I don't see us sitting there looking up kids.
Okay.
But it's nice to know that database is there.
So an individual child would be one thing, I think, but I would like to know, like percentages. I know we talked about, we don't want to disclose people groups, but if we had some 90+% of staff and 90+% of students, I think we could start talking a little bit more openly about how do we get off of masks, how do we open up some of these restrictions. Whereas if either I don't know or we don't know, or we suspect it's 10 or 20% vaccinated rate, then I think we would have to kind of continue with our additional protection measures that we have in place. So, yeah, go ahead.
When you're done.
No, that's good.
Okay.
I can talk more.
I actually did want to follow up on Jennifer's question. Is there a legal right for schools to access underage vaccination records? I just want to
We
confirm
do,
that.
we legally can access those records.
I just want to make sure that was
Yeah,
asked
thank you
here.
thank you for
thank you.
asking that. We legally can access those records because we have an educational need to know.
Okay.
I thought everybody really was looking forward to potentially not wearing masks come January if people were, and students were vaccinated. So I thought there was going to be more of a movement for everybody to get vaccinated because we could, if the numbers go down in the community, we could go without masks. And I think people, everyone's respecting it amazingly, but I do believe everybody would appreciate not wearing masks also.
So is that true, that a level of vaccination would
We talked about that
allow for
in
masks to be
in
removed?
September.
In September, we talked about that as a possible scenario. I don't think any of us expected these numbers to be so high.
No.
I can't imagine anyone recommending no masks right now.
But come January, if,
And the trajectory of the virus is suspected to stay bad during the cold. So I don't think we should be making any kind of promises.
Can I ask one more question? Who makes the decision on masks on or off at a school? Like, who is ultimately the arbitrator of that?
Well, in our school, the administration has made the decision. That's what we did in the fall, and the administration made the decision last year. Some districts have made it a board decision. Here, we made an administrative decision.
I just wanted to be clear for the conversation, that's all. Because I wouldn't want people to think that we were talking about removing masks in January, but that's not the
Absolutely not.
discussion. I think if we do, then that would be a more formal communication and.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
but
I
I'm
don't
just saying,
anticipate
if
it.
10% or 20% get vaccinated, then we're not gonna remove the mask all year. Maybe that's the clarification.
I don't think we should also say that if 80% are vaccinated, then we would, because we're not having that discussion right now.
Right, okay,
Yeah,
yes.
that's all I'm trying to say. I wouldn't want it to be
It's a bigger
recorded
picture.
as such for our minutes, that's all.
Mhm.
Okay, the last thing I'll share really quickly is, you may know that our former business manager, Mr. Lacoste, left in October. And we brought in a consultant who's well-known to our school to help in the meantime, and you'll see her contract in the consent agenda. But I just want to share the good news that we were able to hire someone. Her name is Brittany Schmidt-Necht, and she actually came to us from an EA role, so she was already working for our school, but she had a really nice background with finance and HR. Not a lot, but some, and she interviewed really well, and she's smart as a whip, and she's just doing an amazing job already. And so we've got, with Judith's help and with Brittany being so quick, we have a number of processes already streamlined and going much better. So that's, I think, all I'll share right now. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So next up, Chair's report. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for being flexible with your schedule. This is an extremely busy week for some of the folks. And so thanks for letting us flip to this week just for some travel I had for work. So appreciate that.
I have a couple of questions.
For Cecilia. Okay.
Is that okay if I
Yeah,
bring them up
go
now?
ahead.
In the packet, it talked about the facilities manager, and I wondered, you're doing like a workaround?
Oh, Yeah.
Does that facility, does somebody on site need to have like a boiler's license? Cause I know that that's one of the requirements. Do we even have a boiler? I don't know. I mean, are we following all the requirements?
That's a great question. So our maintenance man, Paul Esparza, retired at the end of September. He stuck around for an extra month past when he wanted to because I begged him, because I just couldn't handle one more thing that somebody was gone and I didn't know anything about. So he stayed and that was great. And then we posted his position, and we got 0 qualified applicants, 0. 3 applicants, none of them were qualified, and that was it. And it's a really hard hiring climate. So on MEA weekend, I came up with a plan to have Mr. Kai Cotudio, who is our study hall monitor in Building C, who's quite handy and thoughtful and has a great background, coordinating our maintenance. And then we created a little maintenance crew of Paul's old sidekick, who's a neighbor of our school, and 2 other guys who can definitely take direction and go fix things, but weren't really at that caliber of like managing vendors and big stuff. And so he's not free to move around during the day. That's a little bit of a challenge, but he can deploy this crew, and he's already got all the maintenance tasks in a giant project management system, and he's just doing another great job. And it gives him something to do, you know, when he's monitoring study hall. So to answer your question though, no, we don't need someone with an HVAC license on site every day. We have a contract with a company called Train that maintains our HVAC system, and they come out and inspect it twice a year. And they were just here because this building has some trouble in the annex, staying warm sometimes, and so it's all good.
Okay.
But it's a good thing to ask, for sure.
The other thing I wanted to bring up, and maybe this is more of a board, something we should talk about, is the fundraising and Give to the Max. And I guess I was a little disappointed in just how much money we raised as our one fundraiser. I just think it should have been more. There should have been a more emphasis put on it.
Thank you for sharing that, and that was the other thing I wanted to tell you.
Oh, okay.
So I'm actually proud that we
Nicely done.
got
No,
42,000 for our 50,000 goal. We will have another fundraiser though. We'll have the Dragon Dinner,
Or carnival.
something. We haven't figured it out yet, but there was unfortunate timing that Dr. Olson is in charge of this and has been ill. And so, but everyone on the committee stepped up, and others who are not on the committee, and were out there on the coldest, windiest days with their buckets and their signs. And we had over 4 families that each contributed $1,000. We also had a woman who we're counting in this mix, who earlier this year sent a check. She's a grandmother for $23,000, grandmother of some of our students, which is amazing. So I'm thrilled with what we raised. Could we maybe be more organized around it and raise more? Potentially. Hopefully we'll get it in the spring with our spring fundraiser.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And you know, we have that topic, we'll just cover it now. I'm gonna say too that it's also, you know, cause I'm on that committee, it's also like getting to know each other too and running a family. So Dr. Olson and I, you know, we could have done better too, but we just didn't, we were trying to get to know each other, that's part of it. We had a lot of changes, like conferences were the rounds, there's a lot of just messaging that was going out at the same time. So I think if you ask, do we know what we do a little different, we will next time. But you're right. And I feel that too, but I am thrilled too, by the way.
I wondered about timing and the name, and the only reason I bring those up is because I got so many emails from so many different not-for-profits all at the exact same time, all called Give to the Max. And it was hospitals
state
and.
program.
But you know,
Yeah.
that's what we ride on, is it's an
Yeah.
actually huge
But
program.
could we like overlay something to make it unique to MSA?
Well, we could, definitely, but we also wanna use their advertising, they're paying for all this advertising.
That's true,
And then we can
That's
hook
great.
into that,
yeah.
which is kinda nice. But even today, when we sent out the letter reminder, I'm like, dang it, we should have had that link.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault too. I'm like, why didn't I put a link in there? And so make it easy for them. So now they're like, oh, I'll do that later instead of having a link. So I mean,
Right there.
again, what can I say? We'll learn from this.
It's hard to, like, it's all like a moving target.
It just was a little chaotic, but
So for Give to Max, does that website stay open throughout the year, right? I mean, even though these time periods have closed, there's still the ability to contribute, right?
Well,
Or do you have to do something special? Because I noticed in your last email, you said, hey, we're gonna leave it open for an extra week or whatever. I mean, does it normally shut
that's a good
off?
question.
well,
I
I
don't
kind of know
the
some of
answer.
it, because I have run Give to the
Yeah.
Max before. So you go through Give to the Max site, they basically charge a nominal fee, maybe 4%. You go through our site, it's zero, we get all the money.
Sure.
So their site kind of closes down after this season is over in another couple of days. We could keep it all open, but it's kind of, we just close it out at our time, and then we'll shift to hopefully January, February. Or March is when we're shooting for that carnival. And,
It
or-
is, to our advantage to have people make donations right on our website through the PayPal that Justin has set up. We get to keep more of the money.
Yeah.
We say that subtly in our messages. We can't say it blatantly because it's like a slap in the face to the Give to the Max a little bit, but we get to keep more of the money if people donate straight to our website.
But they could donate anytime, it's just we want to capture that. So, and people don't want to hear a year-long blah, 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 donate, donate. We like to have it start here, kind of end here. And then, you know, they don't need to be constantly,
Some people set up automatic deductions from their paychecks and we get the money
that's true too.
as a stream all year,
That's true too.
so.
Good.
Okay.
Any other questions? Good discussion. So, yeah, thanks again for the date. I will just make a comment on the investigation. The investigation is continuing. Now, it seems like it's been going on for a while, and it has been. My next update will be next week, so I don't have that for today's session. But, I mean, optimistic, we're seeing progress in the investigation. You know, discussions are happening, so I'll hopefully be able to share some information as soon as possible. So, important, and it continues, just for those that you are curious about it. Yeah, we covered COVID, so I think that's it for my ones. So then, any questions for me? Otherwise, we'll switch to, yeah, go ahead.
I know we like loosely discussed COVID, but I do think at some point we have to develop our contingency plan. Even if we never use it, which I don't ever want to use, but I don't ever want to use the contingency plan, but we have to have one, so we're not scrambling. There's things Justin would need to get into place. There's tech that people that don't have home internet access, we have to have our ducks in a row. And maybe it's like Murphy's, like a kind of, you know, the whole faith thing. If you plan for it, never happens.
Yeah. So in the past, we had a task force. Is that still around, or is that dissolved?
They haven't been called to meet.
We haven't had a meeting in a while, right?
So we assigned the work to Kate at the beginning of the year, so we haven't really had a task force. It may be a good idea to get a task force together again to make the contingency plan. I do think we need to do it. We've been doing some of it behind the scenes, like the hotspots, getting them all ready to go, making sure our list of students that don't have internet or who are eligible for free and reduced lunch, we have that list up to date. So some of that behind the scenes work we've been working on, but we can probably get.
So I'm not saying we need a task force meeting, but I think we need to be prepared, to your point. And so I guess if we feel that we're prepared, then.
Yeah, so we're gonna, and part of it would be around like even just being ready for e-learning days if
Yeah.
it snows or any of those
Okay.
things. So we're working on trying to get a plan together, hopefully out by the end of next week.
Okay.
If we need a task force, we can do a task force, but a lot of the stuff is stuff we've already done.
Yeah.
We already kind of know how to do, we just have to put it all back together, make sure everybody understands and the new staff understand and new students understand how to get into a Zoom meeting, that kind of thing.
Well, and what schedule it'll be and stuff like that.
Yeah, if we're gonna do hybrid or.
The other question I have, well, it's not a question, it's more just of a request. And I had asked about this, and when we were doing previous plannings as well, we need to start checking in with our English as a second language parents to know which document, like when we release important documents like an emergency plan like that, we have to see, is it our best practice to have things translated so we have additional languages available? I know like percentage-wise, if you have a certain percentage, then yes, you have to do it, but best practice, do we have households who are non-English native speakers that may have, excellent, really workable English skills, but it would be a preference for them as a comfort level, or, just so that they, would feel that they had all information and weren't accidentally missing things if we had it in their first language.
Thank you, and that is something that's been on my mind since before I started, and.
That's been a question.
We have, 4 commonly spoken languages other than English in our district, Hindi, Urdu, 2 other very unique ones that we should be translating documents into. We just recently looked into a service called Language Line, and we've just been playing phone tag with this gal, but they would be able to do translation of certain documents for us, and also interpretation on phone calls or things like that, conferences. We need to be able to make sure that we have room in our budget for that next year, and in our website redesign, we need some ability to have translated documents on our website. So, yep, thank you for raising that, though. It's got to be more of a priority.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll switch to our board subcommittees first. So, as we've done in the past, hope you had a chance to look through the notes. And so I guess, any questions for annual fund? We discussed a little bit before. Okay. Communications advisory, questions? Next up, director search. We have a specific topic on that one, I think, coming up.
Could I make 4 announcements about that, just so that you are aware? We're posting the position this weekend, so that will go out soon. The interviews will be in January, and the day at MSA will be February 15th. And hopefully you all can be there from around 3 to 7. I already sent you a calendar invitation, but that would include you being able to watch the students interview the candidates, the interviews between the staff and the candidates, and then the community forum. So that would be kind of a big thing for you all to be able to see that interaction and to see their answers and stuff. And then you are gonna have to pick a day for your interviews. So you have a board meeting on February 22nd, I think. But probably sometime that week, you're gonna have to have your interviews. So I don't know when you wanna pick that date or whatever, but that probably, just so y'all can be there, and you'll have to decide if you want to have those live streamed or not. So we probably want to try to get it done by spring break, so we can offer and get somebody who says yes or whatever by spring break. That would be the goal, so.
When's spring break this year?
Second week.
It's like March.
Yeah.
Yeah, really early.
So you have like the week of February 24th, then you have 1 week in March, then it's spring break.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Did you say the day at MSA is in February?
Yeah, February 15th.
Yeah.
And they sent you a calendar invitation already, and many of you have already responded, but I just wanted to make sure that was kind of on everyone's radar.
I did have, I think Lisa, or maybe, actually, I did have a question. Now I did all my reading on a Saturday, so I don't know if it's the same page as here, but when we had the search committee number 9 agenda, they talked about, they added up all the days, 219 BD days, and versus, I think that was basically it, 12 holidays versus 11. Does that seem about right on par with what you, because I don't know, we've never done like this duty.
Could we I think we have a separate topic
Oh,
on
do we?
that one.
Okay,
We
good.
do,
Yeah,
yeah, if that's okay.
Okay,
And-
gotcha. I was just making sure.
And I think that's this one, the one that Lisa passed out
Yep.
Oh, gotcha.
with the
yeah,
red
yeah, yeah.
letters.
Okay, this one was fine.
Good question.
I had problems with this one.
Cody,
Well,
any-
yeah,
or I guess
although
any
we did have
questions
the days there.
for Cody?
For
on
election,
elections? Do we have anything?
we're probably not gonna meet till, we have no plans for an election till our election for the next board, and
To June, or, I mean, that's the
we
election.
do it in May, I think,
Okay, sounds good.
so.
I,
And the only thing is, I will be up for reelection, so someone else will have to take that. We don't have to decide that now.
Okay.
But,
I would be happy to help them.
okay.
Just one comment on school expansion. I did not include the meeting notes, but I did include the updated, how much would it cost to do different sites or whatever. So Eric, I think you brought it up. I should have included the summary I had in the notes, so it gives it some context. But anyways, so you just saw a whole bunch of numbers. It was comparing the cost of 900 and so many students if we stayed in place, or if we build a new building, and then another one at 1,200 students if we stayed in place and built. So more to come on that one, but that was the background of why you saw those numbers.
I have something to say on school expansion.
Okay.
Is now the time to say what I'm
Yeah,
gonna say?
go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I took on the role a couple months ago. We haven't had a meeting for a couple months. I do not have the time to do justice to the work that needs to be done for that. So I did chat with Dan a little bit about this, and I'm gonna have to step off as kind of leading that committee. As much as I would love to do it, I think it'd be awesome. I just don't have the time, and I wouldn't do it justice, and that would be a bad thing for the school. So, not that that one person isn't the only thing, but I just didn't want to get in the way of some of the progress. So, I talked to Dan about it already. Do you want to take it?
Yeah, so I think for now, at least I'll take it again, and then we just got done talking about what that goal looks like, and we're gonna be involving the administration, even more so moving forward. So I think once we nail that goal down, we'll just kind of have a nice timeline to work against it. But so thanks for being open and honest. I think that's awesome. And then the personnel committee was one of the reasons why I stepped off, and I'm not doing so terribly much on that one, so I think it's no problem. Good. So now we go to board committees. So the first one is academics. Any questions? I did have one question for you, and that was just AP courses in general have been this big topic as of late, like should we do more, and some people. So are they skewed a little bit towards later ages, like juniors, seniors, or is it also possible for AP starting, say, freshmen?
You can, yeah, there's classes you can do for freshmen and sophomores, for juniors and for seniors. Usually the best strategy for AP is the instructor of the course knows the course enough to know which grades have had the context to be able to be more successful in the class.
Okay.
So there are some classes that are offered at different grade levels in different schools, but knowing the course and its content, we've made a decision based on our course progression, this is where this class fits best.
Okay.
Others at other schools have a prerequisite class that we do not. So sometimes you'll have a prerequisite of taking biology before you take AP Bio. And things, so the adjustments that we've made in terms of prerequisites or age groups, it has just generally been knowing the test and knowing the content. This age, for these ages, they will have the background needed to be able to finish their curriculum. Because if you don't have the right if you don't have the prerequisite class, or even just having taken other classes that are heavily influenced into it, as a teacher, you need to spend so much more time supplementing the curriculum. You may not get through the whole CED, which is their curriculum document. That's what they test on. So if you don't get through the whole CED, they're missing units that would be on their test. So when we talk about age groups, and I will occasionally have somebody ask me oh, at such and such school, they teach a class in this. I know. Yeah. There's a reason we don't.
We have offerings from.
We do have
from
ninth grade.
Ninth grade, would you say, up through 12th?
Mhm.
And, okay.
Well, and actually, we offer them a year ahead of other, including Southwash.
Okay.
Chemistry is never taken at other schools that I've ever worked at, or even with the course guideline for Southwash says you have to take chemistry or pre-AP and then AP. We offer it just first-time chemistry. So basically, for those 10th graders, they're taking a 2-year class in 1 year.
Okay.
Same with AP Bio. So it does come to a frustration for both, I think, sometimes the kids and for us, because we have to, figure out how, without a hardcore class to take, how do we allow 10th graders in to a chemistry class, and it's not written anywhere down how you do it, because other schools just make you take chemistry first.
Okay.
So I don't know the answer to it, so it gets frustrating for both sides.
I feel like for my Calc AB, my Calc 1, the majority, I think, are 10th graders.
Have they taken calculus first?
No.
So usually, again, you'd have a calculus before taking, so we're offering it a year ahead. We're trying to help the kids who want to take AP earlier and fit in that timeline. But I think, you know, it's got us into some, some of those comments were coming from that. Like, how
Yeah.
do we do that? How do we offer them when there's no place that can tell you how to offer them?
Well, and
Well, we're
all of
skipping
my
here.
students in Calc 2, my BC class, all of them are juniors. And then I worry, because then what will they do their senior year? Because they've taken it early enough that now what they'll take. And 2 of them have already had my stats class. 1 of them will take stats next year as a senior.
I can actually answer that question because of students. Normally they take 3rd semester college calc at Century or at U of M,
Or they even do.
so.
But 2
But-
of mine do not want to.
Oh,
They
yeah,
want-
yeah.
They don't want to leave campus. They want to be here. So then it's getting them something that they could take when they're here.
Next up, I have finance. So then I have approval of financials. That should actually have been,
Actually, back to the academic
Yeah,
committee,
sorry.
was that the committee that addressed the, process for students on academic probation?
No, that's policy.
Is that policy?
Well, there was an academic probation policy.
Right, but I thought there was a, I can't remember if it was in the.
Oh,
academic-
more just questions about when there was like a couple of, a new process for, student improvement that's kind of fusing with it, but it's just kind of still in process. So yeah, we kind of talked it out and we're looking at ways to sort of merge the two and make it a little bit more efficient.
Okay, yeah, because part of it was kind of the record keeping and looking at the records and making sure that we knew who those students were and that the coaches would know so that they could report back and say, hey, those students shouldn't be participating in an activity until we met all the requirements. So, I don't know, are we in that process? Has it been settled or do we not know what?
Yep,
is-
we have a process in place that meets that need,
Okay.
and more importantly, meets the needs of helping intervene when kids are struggling. So when
Right.
teachers and students are making plans together on how to intervene, so that we can actually help them not struggle anymore.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, part of it was coaches didn't necessarily know when they're off the probation and vice versa. They didn't, you know, the academics and the coaches weren't seeing the same list all the time, so. Okay.
further questions, academics?
I have another question. I'm just looking at the AP concerns, and I'm wondering, what does it mean AP is not aligned to the College Board?
That's from a presentation that Dr. Hinton made. So within it, there were concerns with, I think the phrasing might need to be, it maybe could be a little bit better. Our AP curriculum is aligned with College Board, but when it comes to which classes have prerequisites or no, or if we have requirements for, previous, like a previous grade in like this math class to then take the AP, so some of those were not directly aligned.
This is actually a great example of inclusion, that while other school districts are adopting programs such as AVID to get more kids to take AP classes, we have barriers in place to kids taking AP classes because we have extra hoops for them to jump through and teacher judgment on the end whether they can take the class or not. So that's what that was meant. We go off script from the College Board on who can take an AP class. And that's a piece that we want to sort of put back on the table to work with the academics committee on. Why would we want to put up barriers to kids taking AP classes? Why wouldn't we instead want to put the supports in place so that the kids can be successful?
I do think sometimes the barriers are important to help with the emotional health of students.
For sure, and that's, I
And
mean,
so-
I think
and
it's
that's why
definitely a
it's-
conversation we can have, like in our
Because
academic
sometimes it's not
committee.
good for maybe a 10th grader who might be struggling on something to take 3 AP classes when they could take 1, be really successful as a 10th grader, 2 as an 11th grader.
Absolutely.
So there is some balancing in there where we have to help the student make the best judgment for more than just the academics for that year.
Well, and that was saying there were contradictory, because this was based off of forum with students where they had been giving some feedback. And so you see again, the contradictory. So AP classes being harder than they need to be. I cannot speak to all of them, but to the ones I teach, they are not harder than they are aligned with the AP curriculum, so it is what it needs to be. It is still challenging though, like it's a very challenging curriculum. And then others is not challenging. So, you know what I mean, like we get a lot of contradictory things there. But yes, rewording the documents, and then the AP teachers as a group will then just, obviously need to have a couple of meetings to kind of look at the documentation and see what it is. Because AP doesn't have grades as prerequisite, but they do have prerequisite courses. And then they have I don't know if filter classes is the right way for the pre-AP, but it's a pathway to AP, the pre-AP stuff that they do and some of the other types of things.
If I could hold finance, somehow that got out of order. Normally, so personnel, unless you have questions for me, I have a separate topic, 14F. So I'll take that one there. Unless you have separate questions, but otherwise policy, any questions for policy? Okay, then we can go to finance. So questions for finance?
I had a question.
Yeah.
On page 26, under 7, special ed maintenance, I was just a little confused about the third bullet. Because MSA offers services this is a new way to think about offering service, because the way that MSA offers services is antiquated. And I just wondered what that meant, and I know that the special ed is part of the investigation, we wanna make sure we're doing everything correct in special ed, so if you could talk to that.
I can speak to it, and maybe we chose the wrong word in our informal notes, but,
It worried me about the special ed children.
so this is the services of our education assistants, who are phenomenal. We have the best education assistants that I've seen anywhere. But we are sending them to class to support the way our service delivery model isn't that research-based way of providing services. So, and it doesn't encourage independence, and it doesn't encourage collaboration between the general ed and special ed teachers. Any number of things could be done differently, and we're working to sort of shift that over time. We just have something that's very unique to MSA. I think it's because of our rigorous curriculum that the EAs essentially go to the classroom and act like a student in a way. They're sitting in the back and they're soaking up the instruction, and then they go and sit with the kids and they work. And that's always, but it's not the way we should be doing it, so.
Okay, that's nice to hear.
But nobody would complain about it.
Okay.
It's very luxury, it's very Cadillac, but it's really not the right way to do it.
Okay.
Other questions for Cody?
Did you I don't even know, and I can look back in my notes, but I had wanted to know if there was any word back on the $500?
We're still working on that.
Okay, no worries.
On the what?
What was your question?
The performance stipends
Oh,
from last year. Yeah. They got, with the shift of Ken leaving and everything.
Yep, there's been a ton of stuff going on, I just
Yeah.
didn't know if there was.
And then the next thing would be approval of the current financials. I'll start on page 32 and go to 60.
Was there a reason we had an issue on removing Mr. G's name from the Visa card?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Address or something? I mean, obviously.
From my understanding, it was because of, now that we couldn't remove him from the card, it was one of the things, the card was set to auto pay. They wouldn't remove, that company wouldn't remove him. So we were still trying to get a new card number down so we can.
Well, you're gonna wanna do it for Mr. LaCastro then.
Right. Yeah, I guess we're gonna probably run into the same thing with the other card, because that was in Ken's name.
Right.
So, Did we decide whose name's the next card's going on?
Well, we have some exciting things to talk about in terms of the card, but I'll.
We will talk about that at the next finance meeting.
Oh, that's fine. I
Very
just
exciting.
came across that, so, okay.
So motion to approve the financials?
I will motion.
I'll second.
Sandy seconded, so any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, financials approved. We also have a revised budget.
No,
It was not revised?
yeah, we have no revisions
No
yet.
revisions, okay. Good, I think that finishes up 11 then. So we're on to consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve our consent agenda items?
This is Maggie, so moved.
This is Dan, I can second. So any discussion, otherwise let's go to approval. All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay. Consent passes, no old unfinished business, so now we're moving into the items for discussion and decision. So first one up is Ms. Anderson on review and approve MSA Executive Director contract language, which, apologies, was not in your board packet, so it's a separate attachment with the red letters Lisa passed out.
So the board asked me to review this and to make a few changes. So the search committee made a few changes to this. So first of all, we changed.
Could you come here,
Oh, sure.
please?
Yep.
And then the mic is here, maybe.
So sometimes you want me here, sometimes.
Sorry.
All right, so the board asked,
You want?
I'd rather just keep it on. I'm used to shouting all day. So the board asked for a few changes to be made. So first of all, the executive director, the contract has executive director in every place instead of just director, so there's no confusion in that contract. Then the board asked for a specific number of duty days. So we've come up with 2 different possible duty days, either 218 days or 219 days. And that's based on the federal holidays. So Juneteenth was just named as a federal holiday, so I don't know if you want to count that as a day off for the executive director or not. All the other contracts that I looked at, all of them are like 2-year contracts, and they are all up in 220, like this year too. So I don't know what other schools are doing right now for it, because they are in the midst of starting to negotiate their new contracts. So I can't recommend one way or the other. My feeling is it's 1 day. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But, you know, you guys will have to decide if that's really what you want. So to kind of get to those duty days, the whole kind of chart is what we use to get to that. So I don't know, I included the chart in there. I don't know if you want me to explain it. But basically, you start with 260 days of work per year, and then you subtract 11 or 12 days of federal holidays, and then you subtract 30 days of PTO. And really, when we looked at the other schools, that was really what all of the other schools were doing, some form of that. Now, most schools, because they have a bigger human resource department, they take that 30 days and they're like, 5 are vacation and 10 are sick, and 5 of them can roll over and 7 of them can't roll over, and you know, all of this different stuff. In our human resources, we just feel like it's too small for us to have that accounting of that. And we feel like saying that they have 30 PTO days, that's just kind of nice or kind. Maybe we don't pay as much, maybe all of those other detractors. So that's just a positive thing for them, is kind of the way that we looked at that. And then the other thing is we also changed the amount of money as far as like the reimbursement. You know, last time we had brought $7,000 because that was what the current contract was. When we looked at other places, it seemed like $3,000 per year was plenty compared to the other school districts that we looked at. And then we just thought, well, like, let's say that 1,000 could roll over. A couple of them had rollovers, a couple of them didn't. So then that way, if there was some big, you know, I don't know, conference or something that they wanted to save up some money for next year, then they could do that. So we really fit it in line with most of like the schools around us as far as their days off and the amount of money for that and the paid holidays.
So the question for us is the Juneteenth?
Yep.
Is that the main one? So
I think
guess-
so, yep.
Any guys, any opinions, one way or the other?
So that's in, over the summer, so it's not like we've made decisions whether that's a school day or not, because it's over
True.
We
summer.
didn't have to, if we decided to have summer school.
Right.
It would.
So if there's summer school, there could be summer school.
Right. Well, and it would also, it might also impact other, like, other admin, you know, other administrative positions. Do you want to give them Juneteenth as well, you know?
Yeah. To be consistent, we
Right.
probably,
Yeah.
well, that would flow down.
Yeah, I think so.
I just think it's good form.
Yeah.
It's federal holiday.
Is there anyone who
and it's a federal
disagrees
holiday,
with
long
that?
delayed.
Would it take place this summer or the following summer?
It would, this contract would, I suppose, sort of depends, I suppose, when the contract would start with the new person. If it's
June
so,
1st it would, yeah.
right, yeah, if it started before Juneteenth, yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion that we accept, thanks for this as well, and appreciate the background, that we accept the version with the Juneteenth holiday included. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion on that?
So just so we're clear, it's the first one, 12 holiday version, including Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Great, thank you very much. Yep. All right, world's best workforce, Ms. Stenge.
I'll be really quick because we did talk about some of this already. I guess the thing I'll share with you is that this report in here is for last year, and it is completing the state's template, and I'm not quite done with this. It's due to the state, finalized on December 15th. So I still have a little bit of work to do on the measures of achievement that are in a table. Toward the back, like 85, 86, those, some of those, PSAT and ACT, this is not, it's not laid out in a very nice way, and I'm missing some information. So I'd like to get that table cleaned up. But what you'll see in here is my typing is in italics or entries in a table. The rest of it's sort of the state's format. It's really hard for us to say where we're at on some of these goals because they just aren't a very good match for our school. Achievement gap is hard for us to determine based on MCA scores from the last 2 years because of COVID. But the best thing about this process that the state requires us to do is it forces us to examine these things and talk about these things. So in my mind, the feedback from the parents and the students from this process is really important feedback. And they said things like, can't we look at other ways of measuring the achievement gap for ourselves that make more sense to for us as a school? Absolutely. When it comes to do our poor kids and kids of color have access to highly qualified teachers, for example, we don't have a good way of looking at that from year to year. So Joelle and I cooked up some ways that now we can use moving forward. She was really excited to be asked to run some student data. That makes her job more meaningful. So in my mind, I'll get this done, and we have our clear marching orders here in terms of increasing the diversity of our staff, narrowing our achievement gap. But the benefits or the silver lining of going through this process is getting parents and students involved. And I was really happy to have such great involvement of parents and students, and then forcing ourselves to look at some data that we don't always look at. So I'll bring it back done. Everything else is done and there's really nothing surprising in here. I don't know, did anybody have any things that were confusing or surprising or anything as you read this? The rest of it is done, just that achievement stuff on the high school tests.
And when is it due?
December 15th, so you guys can approve it at your December 13th board meeting and I'll see you again. Right under the wire.
On mine, it's page 79, I'm not sure on this one, but it was the not on track on the achievement gaps. That's what we've listed so far, is that right? And so I think what you're saying is there's other ways to measure it, and that's fair. I mean, but probably no matter however we measure it, we shouldn't really be seeing gaps, right?
We shouldn't, and you know, I can just say the MCA test data makes it look like our achievement gap is widening. We don't want that, that's the wrong direction. So I think we can dig deeper into data to see a little bit more about what's going on, but we should take that as the call to action.
It's concerning.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. So that's part of the reason why there's so much focus on differentiation and the intervening for kids and getting a better understanding of how kids are doing. That's why I'm pushing those things, because we have to recognize that we have all kinds of kids here and they all need to be able to be successful here. But I'll get this finished up and you'll have a chance to approve it next month.
Other questions?
How does the COVID testing though, and the lack of testing the last years, how does that adjust it for the achievement gap?
So I
It's
think
hard to
that
measure.
basically every school district's in the
Yeah.
same shape, so we're all writing the same kinds of things in here that, you know, we have to take this with a grain of salt, but we can look at trend data and historical data on test scores, and we break them down by different groups, and we can tell how we would have been doing. But that was another very interesting thing, our students didn't really know what those MCA scores are used for, and they said it was very helpful for them to know. They have to make choices at school because they have such a burden to carry with all the things they're trying to do well, and they prioritize, and they don't prioritize doing well in the MCAs because it doesn't help them. So, you know, it was interesting to them to hear about what these scores get used for and interpreted as. I don't know if that tells us to do anything differently, but they were happy to know about it.
Well, maybe some more student education too, right? Just so they understand the importance of these tests.
Yeah, because I think there's just 7 kids, so it'd be nice for all of our kids to kind of know that too. You know?
Yeah, right.
Maybe we explain it when, you know, I do a little review beforehand, so maybe
Well,
we
that
can
was,
help explain it, you know?
right, to help them know what the scores are used for, which is great. Thank you for saying that, Annie, because the one thing that I forgot to share when I was talking about strategic planning that came out of these kids coming and talking was that they really enjoyed it. And they asked me at the end of the second meeting if we could hold some kind of a town hall with students on a regular basis, and if board members might even, you know, be there. So I just wanted to put that out there too, for us to consider.
Next one I have here is the first reading of 612, Ms. Garkowski.
So this one was a little bit last minute, so I haven't gone through and changed like school district to MSA, so I haven't done any of those wordsmithing things. So we're doing a first reading for content, but also just know when we have our second read for approval, if there are wordsmithing typos in the second read, we can approve it like just, you know, with the motion including to fix like a few grammatical errors or things like that. So it doesn't need to go to a third reading for grammar. Content, yes, it can, definitely, but for grammar and spelling or things like that, it wouldn't need to. And so for this one, it's really Cecilia's initiative with the Title I programs, but then finding ourselves upon a deadline. And then if you read the policy, right now it's a lot of the administrative team legwork. Just because there's a lot that needs to be put into place, the forms, the systems, the meetings, all of that. And in order for us to then, like, we can keep a template policy that says we will do these things, and we can approve it, but then the longer process is putting together the things. And then the only question I had, Cecilia, the last sentence in the purpose statement, I just think we need to wordsmith it, because it's a bad sentence.
We can fix it. Thank you.
Like the template sentence on that just isn't, it's not good.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's that, most of them were totally fine. And so then as I went through and I was looking at it, the engagement policy that we're creating, that it's gonna be incorporated into our Title I plan, the development policies. And then I had a couple of questions. So as I read through it, I'm looking at Part 3, Development of District Level Policy. And as I was looking at letter C, coordinate and integrate parent and family engagement with similar strategies to the extent feasible with other federal, state, and local laws and programs. And I didn't know what others exist that would be with that. So I don't know, that coordinating, I don't know what other local laws and programs we would be coordinating with. So I'm fully in the dark on that. If there's supposed to be additional references, I do not know them.
I can work on that.
Okay. And then identifying barriers to participation. One of the things for the letter D, identifying barriers to improve participation and greater involvement in activities. For this, I think we have to be really, really careful about our how. Sending out a survey isn't going to be successful in getting those groups, that so far haven't done so. So I think our how becomes really careful there. And then for F, I just wanted to confirm that for letter F, that is not the same as the PTO. This is an entirely separate parent advisory group. That's how I read it, but I just wanted to understand.
You're correct. So the reason why we're looking to adopt this policy is because we have applied for and qualified for Title I funds for the first time, I think, ever in the history of the school. Maybe early on, I'm not sure. But Title I funds are federal funds that can really help us. We're not gonna generate a ton this year, and we can't get it till we have this policy in place. But once you kind of cross over into Title I land, you need to have a parent advisory board, or not board, parent advisory group. I guess they do call it a board. And we need to have it sort of representative of our families who might be living in poverty, which triggers the eligibility for Title I. So it's separate from the PTO. Who knows how much involvement we'll get, but we'll get that in place. That would be a good thing. So.
And then the language in here also references having things available in languages that are comfortable to families. So when we pass this, we are putting into place a financial obligation to translate our documents, which I agree with. I think we should have already had it, but just again, confirming that as we do so, this becomes part of our budget. We don't have a ton of policies that actually have budgetary.
And we can use our Title I funds to translate documents.
Exactly, definitely. So there's a couple of spots later also where it talks about that as well, when we look at our school level policies. And then I think it's not required in here, but I'm looking at development of school level policy, A4. And while it's not required that we say so, I think it might be a good idea to even give a job title of who it is that is going to be responsible for the follow through on that. Even by job title, it doesn't have to be by name, because sometimes that can be problematic if anybody ever switches positions. But I think the sort of who will, and then providing materials and training, who will. So I think just attaching some roles, but this also means a job description addition. So
Yeah,
I just
right.
kind of it was just like things that I underlined and just wanted to make sure I understood or would be able to speak to at the second read. Sorry, y'all, I totally monopolized that one, but that's okay, that's all I got, I'm not.
So it comes back next month or
For approval.
for
Yep.
approval?
When
Okay.
we'll flesh it out to
Yep.
be MSA eyes.
And Dr. Olson and I had originally intended the safety policy to also come to the board in December because we need to update there's updates to those procedures. But I think it will likely get pushed to January because Dr. Olson and I haven't been able to meet, and I don't believe that Dr. Olson has been able to meet extensively with the admin team about updating the safety and security procedures documents.
No.
Okay, I didn't want to speak for you all just in case. Okay, so with that, that one is likely delayed, but those do need to be updated, and there are things that we need to get shape again.
Procedural question. Are you here for the audit?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I was
Okay,
wondering
Susan.
if we want to change our
Yeah,
order.
are you guys all right if we change the order? And I should have done that at the beginning. So I'd like to, I don't know if we can make a motion to move H up to C2 or however we want to do that. Just for, is that okay with everyone? Yeah.
But it does still need to be a motion.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Cody, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Okay, so, sorry about that. I should have caught that earlier. I think I missed you in my eyes.
I received an email from Dustin Reeves from Bergen during the meeting, and he thought he was gonna be able to be here, and he's not able to be here. He's watching us, hi Dustin, but we don't have a two-way way for him to
Okay.
participate, so
Please-
if you
please
needed
come on up.
anything.
Okay. And you guys have them in your board packet?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Page 117.
And you're
And
welcome
what-
at the
What was your
podium.
name?
Okay, and I'm Ezra Katz.
Ezra?
Yep, Ezra, EZRA.
Okay,
You're free to take off your mask if you'd like to.
Oh, okay.
you can leave it on if you want.
I was ripping up the policy.
Nope. Yeah, yeah. But I think now we need to then the like.
Oh, yeah, did you want to share it up there? Otherwise,
I can, yeah, I didn't know if that was something you wanted to do, or if you all had it.
we have it, it's up to you.
I don't know, I think it's gone to sleep, it might need to be calibrated. It's an angry smartboard.
So we just
I
do it
can
from
just
our
reference
packet?
page numbers
Okay.
if that, I mean,
Yeah.
it's however,
It's
whatever
fine with
easiest.
me.
Add 117, whatever page number he says.
Okay, I can try and do the math
Got it.
too. and then-
Because it looks like the original page numbers got replaced with our page numbers.
Okay. Okay. Well, yep, I'm Ezra Kitts, with CLA, senior auditor, one of the members of the team working on the audit this year. Want to thank Bergen for, all their help with everything, and with the school administration for getting us documentation, all that sort of stuff. It's great to be here. Oh, I did want to say, I did run cross country in high school. I never made state, so that's a great accomplishment. So this is a draft. There's not going to be major changes from this to what the final draft is. There's just a couple more review processes, so some formatting things maybe, but for the most part, everything should be up to date here, so you get the most up to date information. To start off, probably page 117 for you. That's the cover page, and then we go into table of contents, board listing as of June 30th, 2021. So if you don't see yourself on there, that's probably why.
I did have a question on that
Yeah.
because I thought, so as of June 30th?
Yep.
I still think that maybe not quite right. I don't know if we want to change some of these.
And if you, if there's
We
something
have some
that's.
corrections maybe.
Okay, yeah, if you want to provide those.
That should be.
I had given,
one point,
Jenny
Yep.
was the
an
chair and then.
update,
Yep.
but this complaint doesn't reflect everything.
Oh, really?
A few
Maybe it
names need to be
does.
updated, I think.
Okay, well, so that's the format. So, okay, yeah, if, I'll double check that email, and then I guess if there's anything else, maybe I could even talk to you specifically and we can.
I was actually making some educated guesses, so I
Yeah.
might have made errors.
You can
so.
send to me too.
Okay, yeah,
Or I can,
there's an error on
I'll
mine.
work with him and get it figured out.
okay, then we'll definitely get that taken care of.
sure.
So then, if you kind of go past that, we have our independent auditors report, so that's what you're looking for from us. It's basically our report talking about what our responsibility is and what our opinion is on the financial statements. We've given you an unmodified opinion, that's the highest opinion you can you can get, that means everything looks good, nothing modified, so, from that perspective, that's great. That's an A.
Yay.
So then the next section, management discussion and analysis. I'm not gonna go too much into this. If you wanna kind of, I don't know if you guys have reviewed it, if you have any questions after, feel free to ask me. We just kind of are highlighting certain things, talking about, the different, tables we have in there. The one thing I will highlight in here is the enrollment table, which I can try and help you guys with. It's 17 for me, so what was it, 117? So
134?
134, yeah.
133.
Yeah, 134.
Oh, enrollment, that one.
Yeah, so that enrollment table, that just kind of shows, progression year over year of your enrollment in students by ADM, and it looks like you guys had a little bit of an increase this year, which is great. Speaking just from doing many audits, that is actually more of a feat last year than in a lot of years, so good job with that. And that'll be reflected, in your revenues and things like that. So yeah, if anybody has any other questions about this stuff, we can, feel free to ask.
To that end, based just some perspective to doing other schools, I mean,
Yeah.
are other schools struggling financially because?
Not necessarily
down?
financially, but just numbers are kind of down.
So but they would have
By-
had to make
when
some
I
sort
say-
of concessions with not having the revenue.
True, yep,
Right.
yep, definitely. And some of it, like, they held steady, sort of thing, so it's not necessarily.
They held
that they're-
steady, okay.
Yeah, it's not that, but.
And I see not quite 500 on here, but the number that I've heard is more like a 550. It's a nit, but are we?
Yes, so this is the difference between enrollment
And
and
the
ADM.
ADMs, gotcha.
So we have about
Okay.
550 kids
Gotcha.
enrolled, but 500 or 50 of them take their revenue to college. They
Yep.
don't leave it here.
Makes sense, okay.
Okay, so I think that, if anybody has any specific questions about the MD&A, otherwise we'll kind of talk about the rest of that stuff in the basic financial statements. So that's page 22 for me, so 139 for you, is that right?
139, yep.
And then 140, I guess is what I'm actually. So, with this, this is your statement of net position, so this is on the full accrual basis. It's not something you're gonna see like in your monthly financial reports as much because we're making some entries to kind of convert you to what's more like a business financial statement. So what you're gonna see on this, statement is like the deferred outflows, pensions, you're gonna see capital assets, long-term liabilities, so basically kind of your long-term assets and liabilities are what are showing up here. And then you also notice that your net position is negative there, and that's really, it all has to do with that net pension liability, which is basically the parent TRA pension plans. Your contributions are calculating a percentage of what the overall state's liability is, and that's what's kind of getting flown in here. So it's not something you have to necessarily take, it's just something we have to disclose for accounting purposes. But if you kind of take that out, you would have a healthy net position with your capital assets and your debt. So, and that includes both the school's capital assets and debt and the building companies. So this is kind of a combined statement of everything, more at the business level. And then the next page there is the statement of activities. That just kind of, that's the revenue and expenses for the statement of net position. So that kind of, that's how you got from last year's statement of net position to this year's, basically. If we kind of keep going, the balance sheet, governmental funds. And I had a couple of notes. I don't know why they disappeared on me. But, so this is gonna be your actual fund level statement, so this is where it's modified accrual. Oh, no, my whole thing went away. Alright, give me a second. So, I can do it from memory, but I want to have the actual numbers for you. So, yeah, so, okay, we're on page, what page do I do? Guys on 20, so 137?
I'm on 142.
Oh, 142. What's the title of this?
Total fund
Total fund
balance.
for government.
For government.
Funds.
Government funds.
Total fund
Total
balance. Fund balance.
Should we give you a board packet that has our numbering? I know that's
Oh,
backwards.
that might, yeah.
Here, you can take mine because
We have extras.
Oh yeah, I got an extra.
Okay.
I'll get it.
I had
That's
two.
good. I think this is
Right now, we are looking right here. I think we're at, but we're not.
okay.
Is that better?
Yes, that one's, okay, perfect, thank you. Okie dokie, so, yeah, so here are your major funds. This is combining the general and the building company, that's on the modified accrual basis. Then later on, we'll split out the general fund balance sheet by itself and the building company balance sheet by itself, but these are just getting pulled together. So I think, let me talk about those more specifically when we get to them. And then, the rest of these statements, it's kind of the same thing with the reconciliations between that modified accrual and full accrual, so kind of where the capital assets, the debt kind of come in. So that's kind of the reconciling piece of that. So, okay, page 145. This is your general fund budget to actual statement. So this is your kind of showing what you had for your actual revenues and then what you had adopted for your original and final budgets. The sorry, can I go backwards to page 143? I just want to show you on the major funds, you'll get the actual comparison, so it'll bring in the building company, but that's actually where we're comparing last year to this year. So where some of the changes you'll see, your federal sources and revenue, those went up, that's due to the CARES funding that you received. State sources, that stayed pretty consistent. That a lot of times has to do with kind of the state, it's the state aids, but it's your enrollment, your lease, your, special ed reimbursement stuff, so on the state level, so that's that stuff. And then on the expenditure side, we're splitting it out by program. The principal you see there in the building company, that's the refunding of the bonds that occurred. And then you can see so that's the expenditure, that's the payoff of the previous bonds. And then on the other financing sources, the proceeds from refunding bonds, that's the proceeds from the new bonds that were issued on the building company side. Okay, if we go to now page 145. So we recommend usually comparing actual to final, that you kind of want to have like a 2%, like no more than a 2% variance kind of between budget and actual. I have the numbers, I don't know where they went, I think it's about 5% and 3%, I believe. I don't know, I can't see my comments on this PDF anymore, but if you want the exact numbers, I can give them to you. But basically, it's just the actual divided by the final. So you're up a little bit, but actually your actual was down on the revenue side, based on what you thought you were going to be budgeted. But so was your expenditures, and your expenditures you had less expenditures than budgeted compared to the revenues. You had less. So in the end, it was still a positive variance for you guys, 151,000 from your actual to final budget. But we still recommend, if you tighten that up, and obviously there are things last year specifically that kind of created some issues maybe with budgeting, but that's that. So those are the main financial statements. Does anybody have questions about those? Okay, so then the next 20, 30 odd pages are the notes to the financial statements. We're going into a little, more specifics on a lot of this stuff, so this is, different accounting policies.
Could you read them verbatim, please?
We can.
I'm just kidding.
Be here till midnight, yeah. Yeah, that's good. If you wanna go through them all, if you have any questions, obviously you can ask if you have any specific questions or anything. But I think I'm just gonna kind of skip through them. There's also some required disclosures. You'll see the required supplementary information that's related to the pensions, the pension items that were in the statement of net position, so. All right, if we keep going here. Okay, supplementary information, page 189. So this is your UFAR's compliance table, so it's basically saying what our audited numbers are versus what the school's numbers are, and there's only a couple rounding differences there, so you're in compliance with that, and the deadline for that is November 30th. So, and that won't change. These are pretty much almost finalized drafts. So, yep, we're all good on that. If we go to page 191. That's our report on internal control, so we're also testing internal controls when we're doing our audit. This is where we would say if we thought there was material weakness, significant deficiency, something like that, we would report that here, but once again, you guys are looking good, so we don't have anything to report there. And then the final report, page 193, that's your report on legal compliance. So the OSA gives us checklists where we have to review certain things in our audit, and we would note any findings here. And once again, there were none here. So in conclusion, you have you got the unmodified opinion, no internal control findings, no legal compliance findings. So that looked good. And actually, something I forgot that I had in my notes. The other thing, and I think you have a policy for it at like 25%, your expenditures to fund balance for the general fund. So you're aiming for 25%. You guys were at close to 40, so you were okay on that too. So really, everything was looking really healthy, 2021, especially with COVID. So it looked good.
Again, perspective. How are other schools doing with the findings or with? You mentioned, basically the unmodified opinion is one thing, but then is it standard to have some findings or?
A lot of time, the finding we'll see most often with like the legal compliance is the 35-day finding, or if you're not paying the bills, approving them, getting them paid within 35 days. So that we do see quite a lot.
Okay.
There are other ones that'll pop up occasionally, issues with, there are some schools that have issues with collateral because they got, PPP loans or extra funds that they weren't aware of, and they didn't have good conversations with their banks necessarily or something, and so they ended up having more than the FDIC $250,000 limit in their bank account. So that's something we test, that's on that checklist, so there are things like that. For the internal control letter, there's things like just approvals of things, so like if there were potentially expenses that weren't properly approved or something like that, or there are procedures in place that there were issues with the amount of people looking at something that would potentially be there, that might be a material weakness, but yeah. So yeah, it's not uncommon, but it's actually pretty good to not have anything. Usually we'll see that a good amount.
Other questions? Right, well done, MSA, right, and thanks for the audit, appreciate you giving a thorough look through it, so.
And then do we need to approve the audit report for submission?
It needs
Is
to be
that not
submitted.
So,
Do other schools usually do that, or?
I don't, since it's a draft, I'm not 100% sure on what the procedure is.
Okay.
You can accept it as is, I think that is how that works, but if you can also wait until we get you the final one, which will be in the next couple weeks here.
But then you'll submit this data anyways, it's due the end of the
Yeah,
month.
so this data should be the same. So like that UFAR's compliance report on page 189, that's locked in.
Okay.
Yeah, and that'll be there November 30th.
So should we approve the final one next month then, just for formality?
I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put it on the consent agenda.
Is there any deadline that we need to meet?
It sounds like it's gonna be submitted at the end of the month.
So so kind of where I was talking about, there's like the full accrual statement and the modified accrual statement. The numbers on the modified accruals, that's kind of what you're seeing on those monthly reports. That is due by November 30th. That's good to go. I mean, really, everything's good to go. We just have some last review, or second principal review, basically. So the audit itself is not due until December 31st. So we'll be okay on that.
Perfect. Good.
Good, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
And then who should I contact? That would be you to contact about the,
Yeah,
to update the thing?
Yep.
Okay,
or I can send it to Cody if, or whatever's easiest.
we can figure it out.
Okay.
But okay, yeah, we'll just make sure that piece updated.
Yep.
And you'll have that for the final, so,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can I, return?
There's
Sir, sorry?
passing, which could be considered with a 70%, and then there's
Thank you.
excel.
All right, we've got,
I don't wanna seem biased, but I think having
I
some.
think we have a few more topics. Can we power through it, or do we need a break?
Let's do a little break.
I need a break.
We need a break. Okay. 7:51, we'll take a quick, 5-10 minutes, what do you guys think? 8 o'clock? Okay, 9-minute break. Come back at 8 o'clock. Cecilia, can you mute the, 9 o'clock, everyone watching.
Mr. Lumberjack.
Okay. So you got the volume?
Yep.
Great. Welcome back, everyone at home watching remotely. So now did change the agenda, so now I think we're on to, I'm still gonna call it D, staff contract format. Ms. Dodge?
I'll just say briefly that Dan contacted our lawyer who agreed to help us with some new staff contract language, but I'm gonna do the legwork and get as much of it done before we send him anything so that we save some money, and I think we can. I just wanted to say that I think I kind of have the laundry list of things we're trying to accomplish, but I'd love to hear if I'm missing something. And these are not in any order, but one thing is we want to change our language so that we're accruing our PTO days as time goes on through the year, rather than them sort of virtually getting tossed in all at once at the front end, because we want to, if somebody leaves in the middle of the year, we want to prorate those PTO days that they get paid out, you know? So that's one thing. We wanted to consider, are these contracts like almost like union contracts, or are we at-will employees? Our current contract language is a mishmash of both, and it sort of confuses some issues. So that is something that I'm gonna ask for to be clear one way or another, right?
And which way did we decide?
Well, here's the magic,
board
if
already
we
did
could have our
last year.
cake and eat it too.
Which way was it?
I would
Okay.
like to have at will, because we're a charter school and we don't have, I think we need that. But
That's the
I would
opposite.
not like to have to redo these contracts every year. So if there's a way to do at will, but unless you get notice that you're non-renewed, you're automatically renewed, that would be the best administrative wise. Otherwise, we're spending a ton of labor writing new contracts and getting people to sign new contracts every year.
Cause isn't that, we wanted it so we weren't approving them every year,
That would be good.
right?
No.
Like, that's what I thought we wanted. No, we wanted it at will?
We didn't want the contract language reviewed every year. We were trying to find it, but the purpose was to no longer be at will. Because multiple times when we've gone to trainings and even confirmed again with Eugene Piccolo about this, that at will, while Minnesota has at will, the way that our contracts are written, because they have a start date and a stop date, and that's why the language was muddy, and so is the handbook. So we wanted to not be at will.
Okay.
But time, what was it called?
But yeah, so we don't wanna be, like,
It was
every
like a
year,
time contract, I think.
Time contract.
but we don't wanna every year have to do a new one.
That was inconsequential. Like,
Okay.
It was just one of, like, you would still know if you were non-renewed or not.
Yes.
But we were moving away from being at will. And then when they gave us the new contracts, they gave us a more intense at will rather than what we asked for. So I think they may have done that again.
So if you're not at will employees, then what is then it's totally like a union where you cannot be non-renewed unless there are performance or budget reasons, or what, I mean, that's the question then. about
Yeah.
that.
And so that was, like, unless there was, budgetary or performance issues. And so that was the intent. And then also the staff approved, like, we discussed it as a staff and then approved that that's the language we wanted. But then we just didn't receive it, and then we had to table it.
Is
Because
that
of so many other
language
things.
somewhere?
The discussion of it is in our, like, board notes for last year for a couple of different meetings. And I archive emails, so I can find you the original not approved language that they sent us that was more at will than before. So I can find that and forward you those emails for sure. But that was the will of the staff. And then we were trying to determine, one of the things we still hadn't yet gotten nailed out with the board and the staff was a penalty amount. If we were going to, because if you go away from at will, that also means that it's not at will for the person either. So then if they leave their contract early, then there's a financial penalty. Which a lot of schools that have contracts that are not at will, they'll have, so like you sign your contract, then you say August 25th, you're not coming back, there's a financial consequence for that. Just because the school's gonna have to, like, really do a lot of hustle and may need to have a sub
I know,
for a couple of weeks.
We lived it.
Yes, so it's, so
We
that
talked
was.
about the balancing the benefits for both the staff and the school, right?
Mhm.
And I think the main thing we were trying to do was clean up the fact that we had both, and you can't have both, is what the advice we
Right.
were given. So we need to pick one. So
Yeah.
it sounds like we're going more towards the contract with the dates.
I think it's, I think it was called like a time period contract
Time
or a
period
time,
contract.
I can.
Yeah.
Which means you have to start, stop, and then.
And
Yes.
then there should be some consequence for both, this,
Well, that
the
was where we
school-
still were, whether or not we were going to have that, so that we hadn't decided yet.
Okay. And then there was the potential opportunity to reduce some of the maybe non-value added work that we've done with the renewals every year. So it would be nice to go more towards an exception-based, deal with the folks that maybe we have some issues with, as opposed to
Right.
renewing.
I just don't wanna go so far down the road where our hands are tied for non-renewal, like.
But my
they are
understanding
with-
was there was no difference there. Performance is managed the same way, whether at will or a contract. You can still have a discussion with someone. But if you have a contract that has some stipulation, if you terminate my contract, then we'd have that extra bit, where we don't have that right now, is right? Where at will, maybe it sounds like we were trying to get away from is maybe not the safety net that you were feeling, or I shouldn't say you, but teachers maybe.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talked with Eugene about it, looking at the contract, he said he would never sign it.
So I think.
And in a way to get new employees to want to come, at will can be very scary.
Scary to them.
So I think we're doing the right thing. The timing we had given ourselves was first quarter. Jim had, our lawyer had mentioned that he would be happy to either draft it, which sounded expensive, or review a proposal, and Cecilia's offered, Ms. Dodge's offered to pass the proposal to him. So we'll have that reviewed, I think, maybe December, January, something like that, so we can still meet the timing for renewals for next year.
So what do most charter schools do? And we're kind of mishmashing a bunch of concepts here. So at will is actually kind of different also from having a term contract. I mean, the reason you have a term contract is you want someone for at least a year, right? So, yeah, we can live with someone, maybe not the greatest, but hopefully we could live with them for a year, because otherwise we'd have a problem filling that person in anyway, right? But at the end of the school year, don't we want the right or the ability to make that decision on whether we need all staff? Because we've changed the numbers of our staff depending on whether we're going up or down, EAs, if you're gonna repurpose people, we can't just put out a contract and say, oh, we can only let you go if you misbehave. Because we make a lot of financial decisions on a yearly basis based on that.
Yeah, but wouldn't the time contracts go till the end of the school year and then
Yeah, that,
we still
they have
renew
an
them each school year?
expiration. So
We still have to
that,
go through that renewal process each year.
so that was the legwork, was that then each summer the contracts, like,
Right.
if you're staying, your contract still needs to actually be renewed.
Right.
Not that you have to renew somebody's, but that,
I mean,
that's like extra, just
what-
the extra legwork.
I mean, what's the extra labor?
And it's a lot on our part.
No, but I mean, what is it? I mean, it's paperwork, right? Or is there something else? I'm trying to understand what that burden is on you, because if it's filling someone's name into a document, that's not burdensome compared to the benefit we get for being able to be flexible and
Right, people
plan.
have to
Gotta be
come
the
in and
facts and
sign, there's,
I understand that, so that's what we have to figure
We've
out
got-
versus the flexibility that I think we need on an annual basis. We're such a small school, right? One person, two people, it's a big deal. If you're at a big school, I mean, the numbers aren't that big of a deal, if you need an extra person or if you lose one person in a 300 teacher school. But for us, that could be 10%.
Yeah, 2 people is.
2 people is 10% or whatever.
But right now, we have to have new contracts and new signatures for every employee.
No, I understand that. So, what is it that we want to do again? Because we were mishmashing a couple concepts there that.
It sounds like we will remove the at-will language. We will go to a contract, and, I mean, we're not deciding anything here. We'll bring forward some drafts for the staff to review, and then, I think it would be nice to have the staff review it before we even have legal review it, just to see if this is what, so, timing-wise, do you have a spot in December where it would make sense to have reviewed by staff?
So are people going to get one-year contracts, or are they gonna get what? I don't understand that.
The intent was still just the 1 year, but
Okay.
just that the other elements of at will, that can make it very uncertain for teachers and EAs and a number of other staff members that there was like language written into it that it be performance or like the school's financials, like that.
Right.
Do
So
you-
right now, even though there was conflicting language, you almost have to take the most conservative view, which is we hire teachers for a year.
But
That
I
might just
swear
be
we
the
talked about
Yes.
that, like, okay, so here's my term contract.
Yep.
That it's for a year,
Mhm.
and so long as I'm still needed, and I haven't been, we don't have to go through the whole process of the signing. I swear that was part of the conversation.
It is very possible, you'd have to look back at the thing.
Yeah.
But the point was that it wasn't representing an obligation. So even if, like, say,
Right.
I was rocking it this year, my students are rocking it, things are going great at the end of the summer, I'm like, you know what though? I'm changing careers. Then I can change my career and I don't have a financial penalty because I fulfilled my contract, my time period contract.
Right.
Or if the school's like, yeah, you totally rocked it, your students totally rocked it, but our enrollment is such that the position itself isn't gonna exist anymore. Kinda sucks, but yeah, like, okay, so that it was just, but then during the year, you wouldn't just be sort of, there's a bit of a safety net in terms of just sort of being capriciously let go.
Right, so without using the verbiage at will versus anything else, the big question is whether or how we can achieve auto-renewing it, a one-year contract, auto-renewing a one-year contract, so that we don't have the paper, the signatures and everything.
How do they do it in a bigger district? Because like when I took my job in St.
Yeah.
Paul, a couple decades ago, I signed a contract. And that was my contract. I never signed another contract. I could have been cut at the end of the year for financial or performance reasons.
And there's often a date by which you need
Yeah, I
to
had to
be
be
notified. It's
notified
an
by a
April
certain
date
date
that
if
you'll
they were
do
not
it.
gonna continue or whatever. There were some pieces in place that we might not have in terms of seniority, in terms of how you do cuts. But I never signed, until I changed bargaining units or changed jobs, then you sign a new one, but then that's it. You have a list of, this is the salary scale, if you're at this point and this point, this is where you go. You didn't keep re-signing it. Now, theoretically, they could have held me to my contract, and they could have, well, there wasn't a financial penalty, but they could have, what they will do is hold people and say, well, you can't leave until we find a replacement.
Right.
And you, honestly, you can't really hold them if they really are just done with teaching and they're like, boom, I'm done, I walk out the
You
door.
don't want them.
You don't want them, but, that, I mean,
Right.
yes, I was on a contract, but if I, there's
So-
people who are quitting right now in St. Paul and they're, whatever.
More likely than not, some of that was governed by the collective bargaining agreement. So what we want to do is see if we can include that into our contracts. And there probably is a way.
All right,
So-
I'll get those notes, so I have all this history, because I just don't have it, and we'll get something together. We have a staff meeting early in December. I don't know if I can turn this around. It's like the first Wednesday in December, so we'll have to get it out to them in a different way.
That's the right steps, though. I think it should go to the staff first, and then we can
Right.
send it out to the
Well,
lawyer for.
we were looking at this for quarter one, so can this be brought back to the board at the January meeting?
I think we're still okay timing-wise. We were anxious about what happened last year. Remember, we started doing it in
Yeah.
March, April, and it took longer than we thought, so I think we're starting now in November. Seems possible.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can roll it out to them in a different Wednesday morning. We can figure it out. We just, yeah.
Okay.
So the other piece, and I think you mentioned it before, is making sure that, people were abusing I signed a contract and then leaving in July or August, when they knew full well signed the contract, they weren't staying. And that, we cannot have.
Right, we had.
And frankly,
this year,
people
at
should,
least one.
I guess, be ethical enough not to have done that, but they did it. I can understand there are things that are gonna happen, life happens, I get that. But these were, people planned it that way, and we just can't have that.
I don't know
So-
how you stop it.
No, but I think this prorating of leave will help, because I think that was perhaps a little loophole that you could take.
Well, I
advantage of.
mean,
Take it all and go.
I'm not suggesting this because I don't like pieces of the whole financial penalty that other schools have.
Well, we also talked about, yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
But I think that's a good discussion to have together with the staff on what's reasonable for
Yeah.
both
Yeah, for
sides.
sure.
I think it needs to be fair, right?
Because we don't want to tie administration's hands either.
Nope.
I think
Nope.
it's really important.
So I think we can improve it. I think that's what we're all talking about here, how do we make it better, so. Good. Any other
Is
questions?
that where we
comments?
talked about a signing bonus?
No, that was last year.
That was to the hard-to-fill positions that we walked in.
No,
No,
but
that-
we also talked about it,
We
That was
talked
the
about-
$500.
Okay, so last year we approved a performance-based stipend for making, I think it was graduation requirements. And then we also talked about, because there's only certain ways we can give bonuses or stipends.
yes,
Another one would have been a re-signing bonus.
re-signing bonus, thank you.
I think that conversation got lost in the chaos of what happened during the last half of the last quarter of the
But
school year.
as
They
a
had
way to, like, okay, you're gonna sign your contract, you show up and you know, after X amount of time, then that gets added to your salary or something. But if you left, then that's gone.
And I'm certainly, as from a finance perspective, certainly willing to, we could.
I
if
just
you-
remember we talked about that last.
We did,
Yeah.
we did, and we
There was,
got
there
lost.
was a number of different ways.
And I would have to research it, I'm sorry, but I think that there is, in the State Board of Teacher Ethics, a violation if you end your contract, not on amicable terms. I don't know that Kelsey's holding people accountable right now, because I think we're just in the,
Right.
everybody's just, the great resignation or whatever.
Well, and
But
if you're
if we
leaving
were to-
teaching, it doesn't even matter.
Right, and if they're leaving teaching, honestly, where are we gonna get the financial
Yeah.
penalty from anyway?
No,
I mean, if they're just
agreed.
a collection agency,
Right,
they're not
no.
getting that money back.
Right.
They're just gone, and maybe we want them to be gone if they don't want
Right.
to be teachers anymore.
Also true. But we were thinking it was a way to keep people in their contracts if they already signed it as, oh, okay,
If you,
I signed it, I'll get this extra money if I follow through. That was what it was.
So more to come on this one. But I gotta believe next year we'll have it in better shape than we were this last year, so I think we can do that. Especially once we get through some of these other big tasks, I think this next one will be good. If we're all right, we'll move on to buildings.
Can I just ask one other quick question?
Yep.
And it's just a question to think about. One of the other things we had thought about was if there was a way for us to post, like other schools do, anticipated openings within departments. That doesn't mean anybody in the department has turned in a resignation. But if somebody is looking, and even if it never comes to anything, we can at least post and start like getting applicant pool. We may never draw from it, but we start to get applicant pools. And a lot of schools do that where they have anticipated openings in every department. Just to start getting buzz and applicant pool. So it's just a thing to throw out there in terms of hiring and kind of trying to hit the ground early. I've seen it with other schools where that was a way where they kind of got a larger pool of applicants. And even if it dried up a little bit, but it was something. So just thinking about contracts and thinking about stuff just made me remember that.
I made a note, I'm not a fan of it for a school of this size, because in a big district where you know you're gonna have 100 special ed positions to
Right.
fill, absolutely, but here, I don't wanna be a liar. Anticipated, plus, I say anticipated opening math, Sandy's gonna come to me and say, who is it? Are you trying to tell me something?
And in the end, a lot of those people that are in your pool, they're in
Yeah.
everybody's pool, so you have the same
Yeah,
issue
gotcha.
anyway. 'Cause
Understood.
they're not just swimming in our pool, they're swimming in everybody's pool.
I want a pool.
All right, I'm gonna move us on
Yeah.
to the next
Yeah.
one, which is building grounds update.
So there's nothing here that you can't just read, and we talked about some of this before, and I just had found out from, Mrs. Anderson that it's sort of an informal, so sorry, I just sort of put this together as a narrative, but I think we could improve this in the future as a more data-driven report. My biggest thing is I wanted to say that I've been saying this for a while, we need to get new doors on building A, and now this morning we found out we need a new front door on building B, because it was not working when we got here, but we will get there. I'm behind, but now that we've got Kai, Mr. Catudio, I think we will get some of these things done. The rest of this you can just read on your own, unless you have any questions for me.
Questions?
I just feel like some of the outside, like over by CD, where the recycling and garbage, that whole area needs to be painted. I don't know if that's us.
It does, and there's
Things like
squirrel
that.
holes in the shed and all kinds of things, and,
Yeah, things like that, so.
So are you anticipating we need to replace the doors pretty much immediately? Is that what you're saying?
yes, we should have done it in the fall, and I'm just behind, but in this building in particular, the holes are big enough for a full-size mouse to get through every single, all the doors in this whole building. And the doors in B, we had the locksmith fix them this morning, but it's a temporary fix, so just the front doors.
Within the budget.
But we have a budget, we have a healthy
Well,
budget.
we
for
have the building company as a separate entity, and I know they have funds for that kind of things, and it's not always clear which pool it comes from, but this sounds more like the building company.
It may be, but also we have a healthy line in our budget for repairs to the building in the regular school
We do.
budget,
That is
and we
a
haven't
box
tapped
of
into it.
it.
So. But we'll figure it out. There's money to pay for these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Too bad we can't use it for teachers. Okay.
Good. Next one, item F, we have the survey. There's two, it's a stroke here, interim executive director / climate survey. So I just want to let you know, when I sent this out, I sent it out the way that we had discussed it. We have since decided that Ms. Dodge will pull the climate survey out separate, so that starts on mine, page 12, number 28, that everything that said kind of parentheses climate survey, that will be pulled out and managed separately. I think historically, we lump those together and manage that as a board. It's a little bit more clean if the climate survey is managed by the administration, so we're just gonna focus on the evaluation of the interim director. There's two surveys you would have seen. One is for the community at large. We tried to keep the questions as sparse as possible and open-ended so that it's a little bit more, on SurveyMonkey, you can go through the completion rate, and we are very low at the beginning, so we pulled some questions out to get it up into the 60-70% completion rate. Anticipated, I forget, 5-6 minutes, something like that. So I think a reasonable amount of questions for those. And we kept the burden, teachers, on the staff with a lot of questions, so you had a chance to kind of provide feedback. It was a more time burden, but we thought maybe you guys being a vested interest, not just you, but representing the teachers, also a vested interest in making sure we provide the feedback that's needed in the middle of the year for the interim director. So I guess one is I need the distribution list somehow, so I can send it out. I have a responsibility or ownership of the SurveyMonkey for this, but I need to somehow figure out how to send that out, or I can just send it out as a link.
So you can send it out as a link, but also, if you wanted, Sean or Amanda can send it out.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah,
So I'll pass the link either to you or
Yeah.
to Sean and have it sent out. The plan was from the personnel committee to go out the first week December. So we're still well on track. If you guys have any comments or questions on the survey questions, I guess let me know now or shoot me a note before. Yeah, by next week latest, I guess.
And I had commented too late, I ran out of time. My biggest thing is, for the two questions, one for the middle school assistant director and one about the middle school assistant director, one about the high school assistant director. I think I would prefer to see a question like, because that's really holding me accountable for what kind of administrators they are, right? Because this is a survey about me. So in my mind, those questions should be simply, are they good instructional leaders or something like that. I think most people taking the survey would have no idea if they've done those things that are kind of like checklisty sorts of things. And it's too early in the year for them to have done some of those things, like planned graduation. A lot of people won't know if Leela's been involved in PBIS or anything like that. So that's my suggestion, that we just change those to be more generic questions, and then when I evaluate the assistant directors, I could ask the kinds of questions that are on page, wherever they are, just those ideas, something like that. Anyway, that would be my one request for this survey, is holding me accountable for what kind of administrators they are. Potentially think about making those questions more generic. It's kind of, they're really odd questions to me. I understand they came from a place of people worrying that those things weren't getting done, but they're not overall representative of the leadership they're providing, you know?
So, and I thought, and I've lost the page now, I thought it was, I had taken those things out. For one of the suggestions was that we leave it a little bit more generic for the assistant directors. And so if you could tell me which page it is, we'll see which one was sent in here.
Okay, I'll try to
I'm
find it.
looking at page 112.
112 in the paper one?
Yeah. And for some of them, yeah, like there's definitely a bit early. I mean, graduation planning starts early because it takes forever to like wrangle them to get to pick their recessional song, and a lot of coordination with the PTO happens in January and February about planning the all-night party. But this is in December, so this one's earlier than those would be.
I see what so in the parent one, I think I cleaned it up, and it looks like in the staff one I left it.
Yeah, that's the staff one.
So in the staff one, I think I was waiting for, like, what are those activities? And I didn't get that in time. So we want to change it to what?
My suggestion, I understand the need to hold them accountable for their tasks. I feel like that's my job to hold them accountable for their tasks. But I'd rather see something a little more global, like the same thing you put in the parent.
Okay, okay. So I'll make that change before, and this, yep, I'll make that change before I send it out, and then starting on question 28 is the climate survey for, that won't be sent out by us.
Fantastic.
Okay, good, thank you, I understand better. Other comments with that one?
More
Other-
just a question about like how we're going to receive the results, like because sometimes it's really clunky or like.
I don't know how to unclunkify it, but the last time Annie and I, we went through and we tried to scrub out timestamps just because we wanted to make sure people didn't feel like they knew I was doing it at 3, and so there's no way to tie it back to people.
Yeah, that was
So
really,
we're-
I thought, good.
We're gonna try to do that again. Last time I just took it in Excel, I think, and took the previous. I would like to use the previous, so even though it's a different person, just to see how communication has changed over time or what have you. If possible, the questions are almost identical straight through for most of them, and then some have been removed. Otherwise, so I plan on just sitting down and doing it, and maybe if somebody wants to, raise your hand when it comes time, and I guess it'll be probably December, mid-December, if we're
Probably,
big.
I think vice chair with the two, that should.
That's a good idea.
We should have two
Yeah.
people, not
Yeah.
just you.
If you want somebody to help put anything, if it's in Excel, it's easy to move into graphs and charts and things. If you want somebody to help with that, I can offer up Sean or Amanda to help
Okay,
with that.
it wasn't too much work, I
Yeah.
don't think, last time. It was
And it's
just,
just another eyeball, just another person.
yeah, so maybe I'll
To
tap
get her
on
on
that.
the Survey Monkey. And then I just copy pasted with the link, gave it to Carrie, which would be Sean, and then she was the one who sent it out to the
Okay.
whole public.
So I might make a little
That's all you
blurb
have
and
to
just
do.
ask folks to please.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
then, yeah, so then
Then it goes to everyone.
And then it would still, so again, potentially have time stamps scrubbed, but still seeing the short answer question, comments and things like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep, I think so.
Yeah, I think that
I think
was
last,
fine last time, yeah.
it's a
That's
nit,
good.
I don't have Adobe, so we'll have to, because that was, to get out the
Mm.
times, we needed, because it came in a PDF.
PDF,
but-
yeah.
Anyways, we'll sort that out separate,
Yeah.
offline.
Well, let me know if you want to team up on a couple of those pages. Both of our laptops will have Adobe Editor.
And
so we
Sean
can
has
just-
it,
So,
so you
Okay.
can ask him
It's
to.
really easy, Maggie. It's
But
not-
for the
I'm not
purposes of
offering a
it,
big
based on
workload
if it's
right now.
scrubbing timestamps and like looking at anonymous, what's supposed to be anonymous things, that might be better to keep it just to a couple people.
But I would definitely have 2 officers.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And if maybe, I don't know, 2 officers should hold that data.
So, that one's going well, thanks for the feedback. Last one on the item 14 is G, media release.
So, And I can pass it around, I'm sorry I didn't get it, my building doesn't scan in color, but I didn't get over to building C, but I can pass it around, but I just wanted us to just check in and see and open the discussion as a board, is it something we would pay for? Because if I'm looking at this, and I can pass it around, but so if you look at their stuff, they have these in here, and it has parts from their annual report, it even says annual report to our community. And so on there, it goes through some of the things, like here's our officers, and here's our leadership. And then when you turn the page, they have their kind of like brag sheet where these are the APs and these are our scores, these are what we're doing. And then they have their strategic plan, like their benchmarks for their strategic plan right in there. And they also, like I said, they have QR codes for participation. Ours doesn't have to be this long, but something like this that really shows how you can be part of our school, what our school represents, and the achievements of our students. I think this kind of a marketing thing is something we're gonna need. It's an expenditure, and I understand, I am a cheapskate in every way. But if we want to let people really see our school we have to start marketing ourselves. We have wonderful students, I absolutely love them, and I know that there's a waiting list that we have, but if we're gonna expand to 1,000 students, then we have to more actively market ourselves.
Who's the audience for that?
So I thought like open house or, those kinds of things where you would have people coming with a purpose to the school to view our school, meet our students, see our facilities. You could have a QR code linking to a blueprint doc for our expansion plans, like some of the ideas we're proposing. So I don't know, does anybody want to see?
Yeah,
Well,
pass it around.
and again, because I get like the expenditure, why can't we have this section on our new website? Like-
And actually, just, paper won't get to as many people as our website. It'd be nice to have the paper, I would agree to have it, but it also, this kind of stuff should be on our website.
It is, and it's on theirs as well. So that's what I mean. They have it as a dual marketing. So if you go to their site, sweet. This is also one that they sent to everybody in the community. I wasn't gonna go to the Mount United Schools website, because while they're excellent, and I have family members-in-law who went there. I don't have a kid there, so I wouldn't go to their site.
I think this is a great example of having a benchmark of effective organizational support, and then you can decide as executive director what we do to actually market.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I had seen other examples that were like postcards or small, but this just happened to be one that I thought was particularly well done. Because I get them from more than one school district. And this one I just thought was very well done. And so, same thing.
I could see something like this on our website as a digital format,
Absolutely.
and then like a smaller, and then like if you want a paper copy, here's a way to request one. But like something like we're trying to be environmental, so please,
Definitely.
we're moving towards digital.
For sure. But they just had a really sassy layout. I like that it's a sassy layout. That is some good marketing.
Spicy.
Well, for the.
But and I like that it
communication
incorporated
side,
ways to be a
like,
participant in the school,
like,
and it incorporated
here's all the
celebrating their
organization,
students.
or even the
and,
clubs.
Just,
Right?
so, but we already have the data. It's annual report data. We already have.
I love it.
So we are not recreating the wheel.
I thought it was fabulous.
So I just wanted to throw it out there. I appreciate it. Dan gave me a couple minutes.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna spend money on something, we needed to talk about it, and it's probably gonna take more than one meeting, but I just wanted you all to see it. And I don't know, sometimes things get thrown away and then you don't remember why you threw it, and then I'm like, oh, dang it.
I mean, we should really have nice shiny copies of our strategic plan too, when we get it done. I mean, there's a few things like that that we should really
You
have.
bring us the how, and then we
Yeah.
can talk about
You
it.
know,
But just putting a bug in the
Alright.
ear about it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that.
Well, and if this is gonna be a plan for our expansion in a few years, we could definitely add a line or some extra money for the next budget. You
Like
know,
for marketing materials.
for
and-
marketing,
yeah.
extra marketing.
That'd be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to, because we do need to take some time and really look over a lot of the whys for our budget.
So good discussion, everyone. I think that kind of wraps up the meat of the agenda. Real quickly, so strategic plan, I think we're well on track. That was one of the things we said we'd do third, fourth quarter. We spent time on that. Staff contracts, more to come, but we have first quarter for deadline there. Diversity, equity, inclusion, we put as a priority. I feel like there's a couple of spots that's gonna come out, so I feel like we're making good progress there. That'll be kind of resounding reinforcement of our, within our strategic plan and mission vision perhaps even, right? So, an expansion decision is listed out second quarter 2022. I think that's gonna come out of the same. So I believe that we're on track for all of our future items. I do have 5 minutes, well, whatever we need, plus or minus. So I don't have specific questions, but what worked well, and what didn't for tonight? Comments?
I loved having the cross-country team.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
lovely.
Is it possible that we can do like a couple of postseason celebrations? Because we had some sports that ended earlier, our volleyball teams, so to have them come in too. Because
I think we shouldn't focus it purely on sports.
No,
think
but I
we
just
should have a
mean-
good news thing once a month that showcases a variety of things.
oh, definitely, but can we bring things in that had happened in September and October? Because I think that'd be great if we could.
Maybe. I think the big thing about this was we went to state, which was really a big deal for MSA. But yeah, the volleyball especially did so well.
So what's the next month?
I don't know. Do you guys, anybody have any ideas? Otherwise, we could highlight a particular staff person doing something special, or a particular, individual student, or some kind of initiative.
What is the date of the meeting again in December?
December 13th.
13th. Oh, hoops, okay.
Wait, why is it the 13th if that's the second Monday? Why isn't
Because
it
we
the
don't have
third
school
Monday?
the next Monday.
Too close
Is that
to the
right?
winter break.
I don't remember.
Yeah, we don't have school
Sure, you
that
had a
far.
good idea at the time.
Yeah.
I like how we have the email updates, saying, hey, we've done, because I saw cross country going to state, fantastic, that's great, I didn't know. But then this is the next level, right, bringing them here, so I think maybe we could go through as things come up, or I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know that we need to make it a process.
We can keep,
I agree.
I don't know, one thing we could do is have a way for people to highlight good stuff,
Yeah.
more than we do now. We also
So I
could-
guess email you or myself if you think that there's something that we should
Something that we
celebrate,
should-
and then Cecilia, myself, and Maggie could maybe just have a quick.
Yeah,
highlight.
other
Yeah.
clubs.
Exactly, I was gonna say, maybe send it out to all the advisors of clubs, because they know when their activity is planning something for, March or April, or, so they'll know ahead of time if they've got kind of a big thing they're working on.
Yep.
Yeah, and we've gotta be careful not to bring in, because it's gotta still stay, and I know that it's really special, because otherwise we could end up with a lot of people rolling through. We have a lot of good stuff going on here.
True.
So,
And sometimes
like
it
the
should be about
volleyball
staff.
team did great,
Yeah.
but they didn't make it to state. Now, it doesn't mean they didn't have a phenomenal season. The boys did great in cross-country, but they didn't make it to state, so that's why they didn't get invited. So we kind of have to take it as a level that is like extraordinary, I think. Otherwise, we can get bogged down or get people with a lot of hurt feelings because we just ran out of time.
Anything else worked well, didn't?
Well, I know we had a couple of different packets, but I think we still rocked it.
Oh, it's gotta be much better.
So I'm
Well-
gonna take some ownership for the packet.
Page numbers. Yeah,
We can do better, two things. One, I think on the pack, yes, we can get through, but I still, it's a pet peeve of mine, I guess, when we're all using different numbers in different formats. If you do the math, I think we have maybe a couple hundred pages printed too. I'm gonna challenge to, we need 2,000 pages printed for a board meeting.
Yeah,
It just-
I was trying to tell Sean not to, but then I think I got so busy, because I was gonna say after last meeting to be less.
So let's see if we can't, I think we should be practicing what we're preaching here and work our way towards using a more digital format if we can. It would be great if by the end of this
So
term,
Tony
we
can
could
raise
be
your hand
electronic.
if you want a copy, so I'm gonna read, if you want a copy.
Don't feel guilted by my comments, but I think we need to, because some people don't have an easy way of keeping track electronically, but I think if we could start working that.
If-
I would like a copy.
So.
If I had if I had just had a printout of the agenda and the
Yeah.
digital copy, that'd be fine for me.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
I do
with
like a
that.
paper agenda.
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
So maybe,
That saves almost 2,000 pages, right?
right,
Two pages.
Yeah.
I can follow along in my on my computer, I just I need something
Reference
to,
in the agenda.
yeah,
Yep, I think
that'd be
that's
perfect.
I love that idea.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I will send an email to the board, and you'll click on it, because then I'll know. I'll tell you, packet, agenda, and then you choose. And then I'll have.
Do like a
I'll let
Google
Sean-
Doc or something, or a Doodle poll or something.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
I'm gonna work with the administrative team to see if we can't come up with a more clever way of linking or whatever too, so that we can just click on the title hopefully and bring us up to the section. I think that would be easier. It's also not fair, I feel, that we've asked the administrative, I think we missed a few items that were in the folder, and it could be that they just didn't know what they were, right? So I think I need to be a little bit more active in helping the assembly process there to make sure that that's done. I'll do that. Speaking of my performance, I'm gonna send you guys a survey about me, just so that if there's anything plus or minus, yeah, right? So you guys have a chance to feedback. I'm gonna try to make it anonymous,
I know.
but so you don't have to speak publicly. But what can we do better, or what can I do better over the next so many months? So.
I think one thing, we need to be mindful when we have guests. We picked up on that, we had a guest and we moved him up, but, trying to get them higher up in the meeting so they have their night.
Yep, you're right. And no excuses, but I was trying to push the agenda, all that up earlier, because I knew I had 2 weeks of travel, so I was trying to, and I didn't give that consideration until I saw him sitting right over there.
Because I think we just kind of put them in the order that they get on the list and like,
Yep.
well, Lisa.
No, it's true, and I have had to be too far focused in the weeds as in my role since I got here, because there was so much left to put together, but my role should be way more board focused, and so I should be able to be a lot more thoughtful about this whole process, and we're getting there,
Good. Anything else? Good discussion tonight. So the next meeting for those at home, December 13th, workshop 5 p.m., meeting 6:15. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
I will motion.
Second.
Cody seconds. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. So at 8:41.
Yay.
Thank you, everyone.
Also, don't forget the
Cecilia,
thankfulness
you turn
cards
the
from
volume.
student council that